committee. Just a reminder, we don't vote on any of these budgets today. We can only vote during sessions. So today we can do as much discussion and we can talk about what you want to do with it, but we can't vote on it. So it's nice to see everybody here. And are we ready to start? Good. And I think we're starting with Jacob. You ready?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jacob Klesby. I'm a fiscal analyst with the Kansas Legislative Research Department. In front of you, you will have a document that looks like this. This is the shorthand report following the recommendations made by the 2025 Special Committee on the State Budget. This document lists all the agencies in the general government budget, not just the agencies we'll be hearing today and tomorrow. And it reflects the changes and recommendations made by this committee. If you will look on the left side of the page, you'll see the agency title in the sort of bluish purple column, with the first example being Board of Tax Appeals. I'm just helping orient to the document. I will not be walking through all the changes, but this shows the shorthand title, the first being SGF reappropriation, a brief description of what that change was, what the committee recommendation was in the column to the immediate right, showing action reversed. The change in funding, listing the fund. In this instance, it is the State General Fund. This column is blank for all other funds, but other agencies will show changes made in various funds across those agencies. And then the net total of all funds, which is combined State General Fund and all other funds. And finally, on the far right, you'll see the change in FTE positions. If you see a dash, that indicates there was no change or that just the amount is zero. But if you turn to page 2 of this document, for example, on FTE positions, just at the start, you can see some of these examples have numbers in parentheses. Red font in parentheses does indicate a decrease, so it represents a negative number. And just through there, this is an overview of the changes made, and this committee may concur with these changes and recommendations made by the Special Budget Committee. Some agencies will be coming to appeal and discuss some of these changes. The committee may approve or implement these changes that the agency recommends, or the committee can act at its discretion and make their own changes. I'm happy to stand for any questions on the document.
Does anyone have any questions? Representative Riley. Sorry.
Well,
Question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So clarify for us, so these negative numbers, positive numbers are numbers that weren't approved from the appropriations from last year? Or is this information of the budget they requested last year or this year? How is this comparing to what we're working on today?
So this reflects changes from what the agencies requested for this upcoming fiscal year. So this does not reflect changes made by the committee in the previous session. These are changes made by the Special Budget Committee that occurred a few weeks ago. I'm sorry, do you remember the precise date of it? Oh, fair. Okay.
Yes, I understand that. Okay, so that clarifies it. So in other words, the agency for this year, when they had went to some of the interim committees and had an explanation of their requests, that our preliminary interim committee said, no, we're not going to allow this $6,907. And so now they're coming to our committee for an official discussion of that, of their budget. But in addition to that, these are kind of tip of the iceberg things that they maybe didn't get approved earlier. And so they want us to look at that probably to see if we can approve those things. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, thank you.
Oh, yes. Some of these changes were also not specific recommendations by the committee. They are the result of global motions. So there were global motions made by in that committee to essentially freeze reappropriations, remove salary increases, as well as removing all supplements, enhancements, and FTE increases. So while some of these are directed towards the specific agencies, some just fall under this broader sweeping action rather than a specific target.
The committee also had decided that they wanted to send it back to our committees to decide whether these were correct or not.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, these are things that we probably need, as we go through each one of these departments, they should be concerned about why those were taken off. This should be a point of action for us to look at specifically. Is that why the revisers or research is bringing that to us?
I think the biggest reason is for us to see that they'll come back and ask for that from us. They understand that we took it out as
During the summer.
global motion. So now they're probably gonna ask for more. So we need to be considering whether that was a good choice or a poor choice, or we thought they should get some of it back.
Okay, so again,
Yes.
we could, just wanted to clarify, this isn't something that happened from this committee from last year when
No.
appropriations got turned down. This is this year, tip of the iceberg, point of action that they want us to take a look at for each
Yes.
one of these ones. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Is there any other question? All right.
All right, and my colleague Stephen Wu also had additional comments on the document.
Okay.
Hi, if I could help clarify, so you will have, you'll be,
Will you introduce yourself,
Oh.
please, to the committee?
sorry, not my first time for a committee, I should know better.
I know.
Stephen Wu, Legislative Research. So the documents you'll be reviewing today are budget summaries. They'll look sort of like this on the front. These will detail what the agency requested each year. They submit their budget request around September-ish of each year. So after the agency submitted their requests, we draft these documents. These documents were then presented to the Special Committee on the State Budget. That committee then made recommendations. Those recommendations are included in here. So all of the items you see, actions you see here are, additions or deletions of items that appear here. So if you combine these two documents, if you layer them on top of each other, you'll get what the current state of affairs is. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Oh, yeah, it is kind of, it's kind of like bar lighting in here today. Yes, I think that's a good idea. There you go. That's a little bit. I know. So yes, so there we go. Oh, so much brighter. I wasn't even thinking about it. Thank you. Now you're starting, aren't you, Jacob? Okay.
Right. Hello again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Jacob Klesby, and I am the fiscal analyst assigned to the Pooled Money Investment Board. The Pooled Money Investment Board, or PMIB, manages the investable state money available from the State General Fund and the hundreds of other individual state agency funds received by the Office of the State Treasurer. If you will look at the first page of your budget summary, that looks like this. Ignore the highlights. These are my personal notes. You'll see at the bottom of page 1, there is a pie chart representing the agency request as a percentage of the statewide total. The Pooled Money Investment Board makes up a negligible percent of all SGF funding, which is represented as essentially rounding to 0% of SGF expenditures. But then compared to all other funds, the Pooled Money Investment Board makes up less than 1% of all other state expenditures. If you will turn to page 2 of the document, this highlights a 10-year expenditure history of the agency from fiscal years 2018 through 2027. Below the line graph, there is a legend. As you'll see, this agency does not incorporate any state general fund expenditures, so all values under SGF are 0. Under the all funds category to the right in the chart, you'll see the detailed amounts, which is represented in the line graph for all other funds. Then there's also showing the 10-year history of FTEs for the agency. Then below at the bottom of page 2, you'll see a 5-year change, 10-year change, and 3-year average of all these values. If you'll turn to page 3 of the document, this highlights expenditures by major purpose, breaking down the itemization of the expenditures listed in the previous line graph. 75.7% of the agency's expenditures fall under salaries and wages, 15.4% fall under contractual services, 0.2% under commodities, and 8.8% under capital outlay. If you'll turn to page 4 of the document, this just presents a more in-depth look at these expenditures by classification, breaking down the categories of what's included under salaries and wages, contractual services, commodities, and capital outlay, and then showing the total expenditures and breakdown percentages of all these categories. If you will turn to page 5 of the document, this highlights the expenditures by fund, with all the agency's funds being incorporated into the pooled money investment portfolio fee fund. This is explained in greater detail on page 5 under fee fund analysis. The Pooled Money Investment Board is a completely fee-funded state agency. Administrative fees are charged for portfolio management services. This highlights the previous 3 fiscal years of fiscal year 2024 through 2027. It highlights the beginning balances of each fiscal year, the revenue that occurs within each fiscal year, expenditures, and then the ending balances. All right, and if you will turn to page 6, this begins our analysis of fiscal year 2026. For fiscal year 2026, the 2025 legislature approved an expenditure amount of $926,000. The agency's requested amount does not deviate from this, so they are in line with the approved. They are not asking for any more or any less funding. However, within this approved amount, there are several internal reallocations of approved funding. The first being a decrease of $1,000 all special revenue funds for salaries and wages in fiscal year 2026. This decrease is due to adjustment within CAPERS according to state guidelines. There is another adjustment for bank fees. The agency's revised estimate includes an increase of $513 for bank fees. This is due to additional bank fees required in June 2026, and it is also additionally distributed across other months. Then there is an additional increase of $500 all special revenue funds for the increased prices of software subscriptions, particularly Bloomberg financial software, which is used for research, trading, and investment purposes. I'm happy to stand for questions on fiscal year 2026 or move on to fiscal year 2027.
I'll let you move on to 2027, and then we'll start questions at the end of both of them.
All right, if you will turn to page 7, this begins our analysis of fiscal year 2027. So this is not a biennial agency, so there is no approved amount for fiscal year 2027. The starting point of fiscal year 2027 is the same as fiscal year 2026, so it is still using that same fiscal year as a frame of reference. So the amount that it is starting from is the same $926,000. The agency does not feature any enhancement requests this year, but within their all other adjustments, the agency is requesting a couple changes. The first is an increase of $3,000 for salaries and wages. This is due to increased projected spending on health insurance and benefits of about $5,000 in fiscal year 2027, and is then offset by a decrease in spending due to adjustments within CAPERS according to state guidelines, which is then a decrease of $1,800, resulting in the net total of about $3,600. The agency also includes an increase of just under $12,000, all special revenue funds for contractual services. This is due to a statutorily required audit that has to occur within the agency every 2 years as a performance audit of the Pooled Money Investment Board, and these expenditures are correlated to that audit. And then on line item 3, software, the agency includes an increase of $1,700 for software price increases. This is once again due to raised subscription prices for financial software for research, trading, and investment purposes. That concludes fiscal year 2027. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Does anyone have a question? Representative Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This board is a money-making machine, and they put all their money into SGF for us as they make money. So my question is I'm not seeing here a report back of how much money they made in 2025 or 2024. So we have some indication or, award for how much money they're making off of the money that they take. Is there something that you have on that?
Madam Chair, yes, Representative, if you'll turn to page 5 of the document. So the analysis of the pooled money investment board portfolio fee fund under revenue, it does highlight agency earnings and then revenue from the use of money and property. So you'll see those amounts on that line from fiscal years 2024 through 2027, and then the amounts of those funds that are transferred out of this fund to the SGF.
Okay, exactly. So those were actuals. That's exactly what I was looking for. And do you have the performance-based budget finished yet?
Yes, I do. If you, Madam Chair, if I could grab my laptop very quickly.
Well, I don't have a question, but I would like a copy of that for these when we get, thank you.
I will get that to you.
Thank you. Representative Amix.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jacob, could you refresh my memory on the expenditure page on page 2? The increase in 2024, the 11% increase in expenditure, you don't have that, you can give it to me at a later time.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part, Representative?
If you don't have it now, you can let me know.
Here, Madam Chair, I do know there are specifics related to software upgrades and then other modernization initiatives within the agency.
Okay.
As for a particular breakdown of what that includes, I can find a list of those itemizations. I know there are additional costs still related to the software increases, like for their financial tracking and things like that, but I also know they have overhauled some of their technology within the office as well, but I can find a breakdown of those increased expenditures for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are there any other questions? The only other thing I want, it's just a matter of curiosity, is how much Bloomberg costs them. Just curious. Now, all of these agencies will come back during session, so we can ask them, if they're not here, or we can ask them more direct questions too. So you've got a second chance. All right. I think that's good. I haven't heard any other questions or comments. I think we're good with MIB, so we can move on. Kansas Dental Board and a new face. Welcome to committee.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Connor Hughes. I'm a KLRD fellow, and today I will be highlighting the Kansas Dental Board budget summary. So the Kansas Dental Board's mission is to provide public health, safety, and welfare through the licensure, regulation, inspection, and enforcement of the dental and dental hygiene professions. The board licensed just over 2,000 dentists and just over 3,000 dental hygienists in the fiscal year 2025. Underneath the executive summary on page 1, you'll see 2 tables. One is expenditures by fiscal year inversion, and the other one is a chart of the agency request as a percentage of the statewide total. The Kansas Dental Board receives $0 of SGF, and when combined with all funds, it makes up less than 1% of all funds. If you'll turn to page 2, you'll see a summary of expenditures over the last 10 years, as well as a dollar breakdown of each of those years, along with a 5-year change, a 10-year change, and a 3-year average. If you'll turn your attention to page 3, you'll also see another line chart of expenditures by major purpose between fiscal year 2018 and fiscal year 2027, as well as a breakdown of that on the table underneath it. Moving on to page 4, you will see state operations expenditures by classification. You'll notice that just under half of expenditures by classification fall under the salaries and wages category, and then the other half of that is under contractual services. On page 5, you will see a fee fund analysis. So the dental board is a fee-funded agency with its only source of funds being the dental board fee fund. This fund draws revenue from fees associated with the administration and distribution of dentistry licenses, specialty licenses, sedation permits, and mobile dentistry permits. The board also administers and distributes licenses and extended care permits for dental hygienists. And on page 6, on page 6, you will see a specific breakdown of each of those fees. Moving on to page 7, we will see the fiscal year 2026 analysis. So the 2025 legislature passed and the governor enacted one bill appropriating and adjusting funding for state agencies. The approved budget includes salary increases for most state employees based on the Department of Administration's market survey for fiscal year 2026. For this for this agency, that increase is $2,096, all from the dental board fee fund. And then there were item 2, there was the agency's revised estimate includes changes within the approved amount for fiscal year 2026. This is mainly in contractual services due to an increase in intergovernmental postage offset by a decrease in capital complex rent payments. There is also a slight decrease in salaries and wages due to changes in fringe benefits. And that concludes the fiscal year 2026 analysis. I'd be happy to answer any questions on it, or I can move on to fiscal year 2027.
I'm going to have you move on to 2027, so then we can
Perfect.
ask questions afterwards. I'm sorry.
If you'll turn to page 8, you will see the fiscal year 2027 analysis. So KSA 75-3717 requires select agencies of a primary regulatory nature to submit a budget request for an additional fiscal year at the beginning of a biennium. The Kansas Dental Board is one such biennial agency and has an approved budget for fiscal year 2027. Item number 2, the agency's revised estimate includes a decrease in computer services totaling $66,000 for fiscal year 2027. According to the agency, this decrease is due to the completion of a project in fiscal year 2026 that would decommission the old licensing system software that the dental board uses in favor of a cloud-based data system. And this has led to increased spending over the past 2 years. And now that the project is done, that spending will not continue. Item 3, the agency's revised estimate includes an increase of $18,000, all from the dental board fee fund for assigned counsel. The agency contracts with an external agency that acts as general counsel during board meetings, as well as acting as disciplinary counsel for investigations and disciplinary actions under the Kansas Dental Practices Act. Moving on to item 4, the agency's revised estimate also includes an increase in other fees for $20,000. According to the agency, this is because 2 law firms were hired to resolve distinctly longstanding litigation issues during fiscal year 2025. And this was done without accessing the agency's special litigation reserve fund. After that, item number 5 on page 9. The agency's revised estimate includes an increase in printing and postage services of $15,000, all from the dental board fee fund. These increases include printing, binding, and reprographic services. And then for all other adjustments, the agency's revised estimate also includes an increase of $13,000. This includes increases in salaries and wages, capital complex building rent, other rentals, and Office of Information and Technology Services, communication services. And this concludes my fiscal year 2027 analysis. I would be happy to stand for any questions on that.
All right. Does anyone have any questions about the Kansas Dental Board? Representative Riley.
Madam Chair, do you see anything on this report that tells us what their budget, I mean, not their budget, but their reserves are? I'm missing that.
No, I don't see where even on a different file that I have, they don't tell us what they're, that I see. The other, well, does anyone else have any questions or answers? Jacob, Representative Turk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, if I recall, committee, this was the board that had a large inventory last year of funds. Can you direct us to where they're? I'm sure you have it somewhere.
Madam Chair, Representative, if you'll direct your attention to page 5, because the dental board is entirely fee funded. If you look at the bottom table on page 5, you will see the beginning balance for each year. And that is, I believe, what you are asking about.
Follow-up question, if I may, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
So last year, this is where I'm so glad we're doing 0 week because we're all rusty and memories are coming back to us. We made some adjustments to some. Either did we remove funds and send it to SGF, or did we lower fees? What adjustments did we make to this so that we could reduce their overall fund, the reserves? Do you recall?
Madam Chair, Representative, I do not recall. This is my first year with the agency. My understanding is that there were no changes made, but
Okay, and if I may, don't mean to step.
Keep going.
We spoke with the director. The director was on it, and if I remember correctly, he was ahead of us on it because we had made some other adjustments and some other funds of a similar nature, and he preempted us. This particular budget, I wasn't worried about because they've never been a problem in the 4 years I've been here. So I'm just trying to recall, and if anybody here can remember, if he made the adjustments, and this is because it's going on a downward trend. It's going up on this 27 estimated. So do we get to hear from him today, perhaps?
Are you here?
Excellent.
yes, the agency head is in the audience.
I will hold my questions and we will inquire shortly. Thank you.
Does anyone else have a question? I did have a few questions, but I'm trying to figure out why they did all they had an increase of fees and other fees of 20,000 from the dental board fee fund for 27, because 2 law firms were hired to resolve longstanding litigation issues during 2025, and they didn't access their special litigation reserve fund. Why? Isn't that why you have a special litigation reserve fund, is to pay for litigation, or is that a silly question? Just seems to me that would be it. So I had a question about that, and then I did ask about the increase in printing and postage, and I did get a response from the reviser. And Jesse, would you like to? Remember I asked about the. Okay, well, yes, okay. We all are a little rusty.
Thank you.
Yeah, but
Jesse from the Revisor of Statutes Office. Yes, the chairwoman is referencing the paper and physical production of licenses and whether agencies are required to print, produce, and mail those licenses. This committee has the opportunity through statute or proviso to prohibit or limit any paper production of licenses. And do it online or digitally. There are some agencies right now that only do it digitally and then allow the licensee to go into their portal, print it off themselves for no fee.
so I thought that was interesting, since we're trying with modernization, we're trying to lower some of those prices. So that's something we need to consider, because it is in statute that they need to do that. And it's kind of an I believe is what you found. Maybe I'm misspeaking. Someone had to do it in by statute. Closer, I'm sorry. So those are some of the things that maybe the legislative modernization needs to go over, but we do need to look at that and see whether it's necessary that we spend quite so much on printing and postage when we can cut down some of those costs by statute or by proviso. I think it would be probably better by, it might be harder this year to do it by statute, but okay. Are there any other questions? And did you want to have the Representative Turk, would you like the dental board chair to come up and answer some of your questions today?
Oh, yeah, I mean, he might be able to clarify that, so
Okay.
save us some follow-up questions later.
Thank you. If you step aside for a minute, Connor. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Lane Hemsley. I'm the director of the Kansas Dental Board. I've had that role for 14 years. So I've been through many legislative sessions, and your questions are incredibly well placed. So I'm happy to take those one at a time. And Madam Chair, if you'd like me to start picking those off, or okay, if I may answer Representative Turk's question. The question was relative to page 5 and what constitutes what we believe to be a continued decrease in our fee fund ending balance. We spend about $500,000 a year, give or take, in output. And right now our fee fund ending balance is roughly 1.2 million. We anticipate that to continue to go down as some of our baby boomers continue to retire. Concomitantly with that, we are about to implement a new licensing database system has been mentioned. And once we put that into play, we expect a lot of our tenured generation, as it were, to fall off because they won't be using paper products or anything like that. So they'll fall away from our system. So we expect a pretty noticeable decrease as my folks that were born predominantly in the 1950s and many in the 1960s fall away. So I expect some numbers probably over the next couple of years for those numbers to come up under $1 million. So we'll get some decrease there. Hopefully that answers your question, Representative Turk.
It's pretty politically correct on how you said that, but it's a little disconcerting.
Tenure.
You want us all to fall away. Those of us in the baby boom area.
Fall away, old
away,
soldiers fade away, our dentists fall
go
away. Yes,
somewhere else,
indeed.
not be seen again. Okay.
Indeed, exactly. And so that hopefully answers Representative Turk's question. With respect to the increase in paper and cost and the like, we have to provide notification when we make a shift to our online database system. We currently have an antiquated system that will do online renewals, but that system will not do everything. We've almost finished phase 2 of our project. We expect a soft launch around April 3rd. That's not solid, but we're working on that with the IT department. Once we go live, we have to tell our people there's a new system in play. So we've got to send them notifications, and we don't have full email. So once we mail them notifications that say, hey, there's a new system in play, all of that mailing and everything will go down. It's just a kind of one-off notification for us. Part and parcel of that, though, is our copy machine. Statewide contracts have copy machines that go every 5th year. It's our turn to replace a copy machine. So some of that's built in. I expect that to be about $5,000. So you're really looking at about $10,000 of mailing a notification to all of our licensees. And when you're talking about 4,000 or 5,000 people in my global database world, that's a pretty expensive one-off. And so that's why that's there. We don't expect that in the future. So I don't anticipate that you would need to take any legislative action that says, hey, reduce your printing, which leads to Madam Chair's question. The reason we have that is because our new system will allow people to print at any time, 24/7, 365, their wallet cards, their wall certificates, anything, and they can all drive it from their home computers. They can bring it up on their cell phones. So again, most of that mailing will fall away. Again, just one-offs to get through the year. So I believe those were the 3 kind of more pertinent questions that kind of came up. I'm certainly happy to keep answering as the committee wills.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our general rule of thumb is our ending balances being a year to a year and a quarter of your expenditures. And you forecast some reduction in future licenses, yeah. Is that the trend of the industry at the moment?
This is a great question. We've got many of our licensees have just kind of held on, and I think some of that was kind of a post-COVID push. There was some hesitation from some of our, as I said, tenured licensees. I don't expect that to be a continued trend. Our numbers are stable overall as far as input output. We've just got people that have stayed in the profession a little bit longer. Fortunately, with market upticks, as we've heard from the Pool Money Investment Board and the like, many of my tenured licensees have told us already, hey, it's time for me to start walking away. So I expect many of those, many who I know personally or professionally over the many years, I expect many of those folks to say this year or next year's it. I would mention that we've had many people fall away already. December 1st is kind of our deadline, and we license even people and odd people. So last year was my odd numbered year. So many of my odd numbered licensees have said, hey, I'm done. You know, I'm finished. So they've fallen out of my daily cycle. This is an even year. I expect a number of even numbered licensees to kind of fall away and say, particularly when there's a new system in place and they don't want to engage with it. And they say, you know, I'm 72 years old. I don't want to mess with it. So I do expect that trend to continue, but that will stabilize with our newer licensees. So once those baby boomers kind of fall away, I expect to see a plateau.
And as of now, you don't have any plans to change or reduce fees at the moment?
Not currently. Now, fortunately, you were very fantastic last year, and you and I had a nice back and forth. I think you were referring to the conversation that you and I had, and I had hopefully assuaged the concerns that you had about reducing fees and the like. And I said, once I get my new system in place, my number will fall and plateau. If that does not pan out like I expect it to, we will be reviewing licensing fees predominantly, because that's where the bulk of our money comes in. So once I get my new system in play, we go live, my 2026 folks kind of fall away. If my numbers don't stabilize or drop like I expect them to, yeah, my board will look at it and go, hey, we need to drop our fees because we're not getting the numbers we need.
One more. And I ask for everybody's forgiveness from here on out. My memory of what our conversations were last year is not good. But if April's your rollout and you're approximately $500,000 heavy, what is your forecast to see those numbers about where we're comfortable with?
I expect a 2-year cycle. My 26 folks will fall away in December when they don't want to engage the system. And then my odd number of people who just got done renewing will come back through the cycle again, and they'll fall away as well. So I'm anticipating roughly a 1.5 year calendar time. So I get both sets of even numbered and non-numbered licensees through this new system. If that doesn't happen like I currently expect it to, the board will make some adjustments next summer.
I understand I know why you would want to have that buffer during this transition. Given the cleanliness of your budget, I don't see why we should do anything to take that buffer away from you. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you.
Representative Hubson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. Did I hear you correctly when you said that the board actually contracts out your database for the licensees? Is that my understanding?
That's correct. So as part of the pandemic response and as part of what the State Finance Committee did, the State Finance Committee allocated certain numbers of monies to the State IT Department, OIT's Office of Information Technology Service, for necessary security enhancements and improvements to state IT infrastructure. As you can imagine, an agency that only spends $500,000 a year is not in the best place to buy $1 million product. So the State Finance Council was wonderful and stepped in and allocated about $8 million to the IT department. And the IT department came to us and said, hey, you're being left behind. Optometry is being left behind, some of the smaller licensing agencies, so they brought us into their ecosystem. And so it was actually the IT department that contracted with one vendor. They were vetted. It was sent out through a request for production, or proposal, I should say. And the IT department identified the vendor, vetted it with security concerns and said, this is your vendor. And so they've assigned us and they have walked us through the entire project. And so the project includes third-party vendors that are IT experts and all the IT people in the state system. So it's not us picking and choosing. It's the state IT department saying this is best for the state. So when the state IT department said it was in the best interest of the state, we went with it.
I just want to clarify if you were contracted or not.
Correct.
If the state systems and database were actually located like within our borders. Is that my understanding? Or?
No, it's a vendor that lives outside the borders of Kansas, but they have de minimis contacts with their IT department. But the IT department will be housing all the data, so it belongs to us. We're not farming the data out to another state. The IT department will own that. But yeah, it's a third-party contractor, correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And this is also something that legislative modernization tried to do when we updated having the IT department a little bit overreaching over all of the agencies because the agencies individually were getting cloud-based systems and spending a lot of money. And we're hoping that this not only makes things more efficient, but also gives them some fiscal relief too. So Representative Van Houten, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 7, agency changes, agency adjustments, just curious, offset by a decrease in capital complex rent payments, $1,000. Is that annually or monthly? And what's that attributed to?
On the decrease?
Correct.
So we have a couple of, our money spent in state government is pretty identifiable: people, place, premiums, and pension, right? And so our place is in the Land and State Office building immediately to your east, about 100 yards. We have storage space on the 11th floor, and then we have some square footage. And those numbers are just reassessed every year through the Department of Administration, Division of Facilities Management. And this was the allocation that they determined was necessary for our agency. And that's why that number went. We don't set those rates, they do. And there's a federal component and there's a state component, and they say, hey, here's what you pay, and they send us a bill and we satisfy the bill. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
I have I have asked the Department of Administration to give us a list of where everybody is and how full each building is and what we're paying for leasing and rent and what everything's coming in. I have not heard from them yet. So I will re-ask the question and hope that when session starts, we visit with that department, that they will come and tell us exactly what's going on. It's kind of hard to visualize where everyone is, number one, and also try to figure out what buildings are partially empty, et cetera. So I think you're done with it being on the hot seat. Is there any other question for?
If I may, Madam Chair, the Department of Administration has asked for that information. We've already responded.
Good.
And so I know they've been working through that system. Just for your purposes, I have 3 FTE. Even during the pandemic, we were here on site at all times, 100%. We pay for the space. People come to work. We don't remote. We don't do it. It's 100% on site because that's what we're been asked to do. So
I like it. Okay.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Well, we're running ahead of schedule. You can finish up, Connor.
That was actually the conclusion of the dental board one. My next budget summary will be the Kansas Board of Hearing Aid Examiners. The agency director, Danielle Dorner, is also in the audience today. So the Kansas Board of Hearing Aid Examiners serves as the regulating body in the licensing and distribution of hearing aids in the state of Kansas. The board establishes and enforces standards to ensure competent and ethical hearing aid care and service to citizens requiring these medical devices. And underneath this, you will see the expenditures by fiscal year inversion table, as well as the agency request as a percentage of the statewide total. The Kansas Board of Hearing Aid Examiners does not receive any SGF money. And then under all funds, the board makes up less than 1% of all funds. Turning to page 2, you will see the summary of expenditures table over the last 10 years, as well as a dollar breakdown. The 5-year average or excuse me, the 5-year change, the 10-year change, and the 3-year average. On page 3, you will see expenditures by major purpose from fiscal year 2018 to fiscal year 2027. And underneath that, you will see another dollar amount breakdown for that. All of their expenditures by category fall under the state operations category. Turning to page 4, you will see the state operations expenditures by classification. 65 or just over 65% of expenditures fall under the salary and wages category, with another third of that falling under the contractual services category. And then there is just a little over 1% spent on commodities. Moving on to page 5, we will see the fee fund analysis. The Hearing Aid Board fee fund derives its revenue for issuing 2 types of licenses to practicing dispensers. There are permanent licenses and temporary licenses. Permanent licenses are issued to individuals permitted to dispense hearing aids, while temporary licenses are issued to individuals practicing under a supervisor with a permanent license. Moving on to page 6, you will see a specific dollar amount breakdown for each of those fees, and there have been no changes from the previous year. On page 7, we will see the fiscal year 2026 analysis. So the legislature passed and the governor enacted one bill appropriating and adjusting funding for state agencies for this agency that was $38,255, all from the Hearing Aid Board fee fund. Item 2, the agency's revised budget request includes an increase of $2,016 in travel expenses. The agency has indicated that this is associated with the reimbursement of examiners' mileage and lodging costs while traveling twice a year to Emporia for a biannual examiners meeting. Item 3, the agency's revised budget request includes a decrease of $1,500 in rental fees. And for all of their adjustments, the agency's revised budget request includes a decrease of $570 in all other adjustments. These expenditures include printing and binding services and commercial communication services. And I would be happy to take any questions on fiscal year 2026, or I can move on to fiscal year 2027.
Let's move on, since this is a hotbed of trouble, so.
For fiscal year 2027, KSA 75-3717 requires select agencies of a primarily regulatory nature to submit a budget request for an additional fiscal year at the beginning of a biennium. The Kansas Board of Hearing Aid Examiners is one such biennial agency and has an approved budget for fiscal year 2027. The legislature approved $38,973 for fiscal year 2027. And we see a lot of the same changes. So item number 2 is again travel expenses. That is an increase of $1,835 in travel expenses, again for reimbursement of examiners' mileage and lodging costs for that biannual examiners meeting. Item number 3 is again building rental. This is a decrease of $1,200 in building rental fees. And for all of their adjustments, the agency's revised budget request includes a decrease of $761 in all their adjustments. These expenditures include printing and binding services and data processing supplies. And this concludes my fiscal year 2027 analysis, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions on that.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Representative Amix.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Connor, this building rental adjustment, was that made by the agency or was that made by our committee on the budget?
Madam Chair. Representative, my understanding is this was made by the agency. It is related to, so I mentioned the biannual examiners meeting. My understanding is that the board also rents a space based on how many meetings they have per year, and there are some fluctuations in how many meetings they need to have depending on how busy the year is. So there, for 26 and 27, there are less meetings than had previously been anticipated, is my understanding.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, what the twice a year traveling to Emporia for a biannual examiner meeting, what takes place at the meeting? Is that certification or just?
Madam Chair, Representative, my understanding is that this is somewhat of a touch base and discuss any relevant matters occurring. I know that the examiners are not all centrally located. They are located across the state, so that this provides them an opportunity to all sit down together and meet and discuss business for the year. As for specific information on what goes on at those meetings, I would have to defer to the agency on that.
Representative Turk, you can ask her to come up too. Yes.
Will we be hearing from the agency on this? I can
She's
say
here if you want to ask
I do have some
some
questions
questions, so.
from the agency.
Yes, yes. Please, welcome to committee and please introduce yourself.
Hello, Madam Chair and committee. I am Dr. Danielle Dorner, and I am the Executive Officer of the Kansas Board Hearing Aid Examiners. So I just want to answer first the representative's question about what takes place. So those are actually our biannual exams. So in order to become a dispenser in the state of Kansas, you have to pass an exam, and so it's a practical exam. So that's why we rent the meeting space. So all of our examiners come and actually proctor the exam for the examinees. And that's why the budget fluctuates. It depends on how many examiners we have, and I've increased the number of examiners, so that increases our travel rate. But then I've also taken away one of our central meeting for the board members, so it takes away our rental space fee. So I took away from Paul to Peter, so to speak, because we can do everything via Zoom, and all of our board members, except for a couple, are practitioners. So I wanted to make sure to free up space so they can continue to help the citizens of Kansas.
All right. Thank you. Representative Turk.
Thank you, ma'am. I know it's hard for us, especially that get stuck in the budgets, to go from millions and billions to hundreds of thousands, but I try to maintain standards across the board. I'm looking at your total expenditures being just under 40 grand and your ending balance just shy of 200 grand. Again, using that 1.25 to 1.5 standard, we'd like to keep that ending balance of taxpayer money just a bit lower. And I know you're increasing your workload, and I see that you're doubling efforts, which is great. Somebody benefits from the industry. I appreciate it. I'm looking at your fee schedule. There's a couple things that might make it a little easier for those that have to jump through the hoop to get licensed. And I see your license applications, license renewal fees, though not at your statutory limit, could be adjusted, and that overall balance come down a little bit. I mean, some things I would just recommend looking at is the applications renewals, but also the replacement licenses. Will you explain to me just kind of why somebody would need a replacement license? Is that just in printed form, or is it?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Turk. Those are valid questions. So the replacement license is basically if someone were to misplace their wall certificate. So that $15 fee basically covers us reprinting the license and putting it in the mail for them. And we put it in like a certified envelope. So it really just covers printing the paper and the postage.
I don't know how much flexibility statute permits you to adjust those, but boy, I don't know. As professional as your industry is, that might be a nice perk, given the balance that you acquire through their application processes, to give it for free. Just saying, if I'm in this industry and misplaced my license, so it would be awfully nice if the state, with a $200,000 balance in their examiner fund, maybe do me a courtesy. Something to consider. I would like to see that balance come down, and I'll be looking at that as the session progresses. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Does anyone else have a question?
Thank you for your
Thank you
time.
for appearing. I appreciate it. It's always kind of a little bit of a joy to see some of these agencies as you go along. There's just no question. I mean, they're basic questions, they're easy answers, not easy, but necessarily. But it's just nice to have that happen. So, okay. What's
All-
next?
All right, so next up, we have the Kansas Board of Barbering. So the Kansas Board of Barbering, also referred to as KBOB, serves to protect the health and welfare of citizens frequenting barbering businesses in the state of Kansas through the enforcement of existing barber statutes and sanitary regulations established for the barbering profession. KBOB administers and oversees all licensing tests in the state of Kansas to ensure that all citizens practicing barbering are qualified and well-trained. The agency also conducts regular inspections on barbering businesses across the state to ensure all shops and barber colleges are properly licensed for operation and are adhering to and maintaining the sanitation standards set by the state. And we have actually two representatives from the Board of Barbering here today. We have Executive Director Cassiopeia Capps, and then we also have Jerry Bryant, who is the office administrator. Underneath the executive summary, we have expenditures by fiscal year and version, as well as, again, the table for agency request as a percentage of the statewide total. Again, Board of Barbering does not receive any SGF money, so it's 0% of that. And in all funds, the Board of Barbering makes up just under 1% of all funds. So if you'll turn to page 2. You will see a summary of expenditures, the 10-year expenditure history for fiscal year 2018 to fiscal year 2027, as well as a dollar amount breakdown with the 5-year change, the 10-year change, and the 3-year average underneath all of that. On page 3, you'll see expenditures by major purpose from fiscal year 2018 to 2027, as well as an expenditures by category breakdown for fiscal years 2024 to 2027. You'll notice that 100% of all state operations, or excuse me, 100% of all expenditures fall under the state operations category. Moving on to page 4, we have the state operations expenditures by classification table from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2027. We will see that just over 60% of all expenditures fall under the salaries and wages category. And then another 37.3% falls under the contractual services category. And then just under 2% is attributed to commodities. Moving on to page 5. We will see, again, the expenditures by fund and the fee fund analysis. So the Board of Barbering is 100% fee funded. The Board of Barbering provides financing for all agency operations, revenue streams, excuse me, let me start that over. The Board of Barbering Fee Fund provides financing for all agency operations, revenues, and revenue streams relating to the licensing of barbers practicing within the state of Kansas. All revenue is derived from licensing and certification testing for practicing individuals and businesses. Barbering licenses are required for any individual or business seeking to practice the barbering profession in Kansas for health and safety reasons. And you will see the Board of Barbering Fee Fund table just underneath that description. Turning over to page 6, you will also see a dollar breakdown of all of the fees charged by the Board of Barbering Fee Fund. Moving on to page 7, we have the fiscal year 2026 analysis. So the 2025 legislature passed and the governor enacted one bill appropriating and adjusting funding for state agencies. The approved budget includes salary increases for most state employees based on the Department of Administration's market survey for fiscal year 2026. For this agency, that increase is $3,278, all from the Board of Barbering Fee Fund. For agency changes, the agency's revised estimate reallocates $167 from salaries to contractual services, but stays at the approved amount for fiscal year 2026. And this is due to an increase in fees and planned repairs for passenger cars, the state agency car, which was offset by decreases in subsistence and travel expenses. And I would be happy to answer any questions on fiscal year 2026, or I can move on to fiscal year 2027.
I'd like you to move on to 2027.
All right. If you'll turn to page 8, you will see the fiscal year 2027 analysis. So KSA 75-3717 requires select agencies of a primarily regulatory nature to submit a budget request for an additional fiscal year at the beginning of a biennium. The Board of Barbering is one such biennial agency and has an approved budget for fiscal year 2027. The legislature approved $262,654, all from the Board of Barbering Fee Fund for fiscal year 2027. And the only change is the agency request matches the approved budget, but the revised estimate increases salaries and wages spending by $1,450 and deletes $669 from contractual services as compared to the fiscal year 2026 agency request. This is a net increase of $781 above the fiscal year 2026 agency increase. The adjustment was made to incorporate changes necessitated by the 2025 legislative pay plan. And this concludes the fiscal year 2027 budget analysis, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
All right, does anyone have any questions? Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure you should. Representative Amix.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really, Connor, I appreciate the explanation. And one of the things that I think I did want to clear up, Jacob, I had asked you a question about the increase in one of the budgets in 2024. I noticed that all the budgets that you brought forward today, that have been brought forward today, have an increase in the 23, 24, 25 timeframe. And I think that there was a deal that we did with an uptick in OITS that caused an increase in all of these budgets. So just wanted to point that out. But other than that, I appreciate the work on the explanation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I have the previous representative explain the initials that you just used for increase in expenditures or whatever?
Madam Chair.
So, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, working on that same thing that the previous representative talked about, if we look at page 2 there, again, what the representative was pointing out is that, over the last 10 years, they've had an 89% increase in expenditures. But even in the last couple of years, what they're looking at, their salaries and contractual services just keep going up. Now, this is one of those things that we discussed in a previous couple commissions and boards. Their expenditures in comparison to their ending balance is about half. So, I mean, their ending balance is low, but it seems like they are spending a lot of money. And when I zero in on some of the money that they're spending and the increases in spending, I see that their travel budget keeps going up and up. And so I just would like to drill into that a little bit more, if you could, of why they are traveling more. Is it they are doing a better job of inspecting shops and stuff, or why is that travel going up?
Madam Chair, Representative, so I do know that travel, they have a agency vehicle for that, and that is mainly used for inspections as well as administering barbering tests. So my understanding is that those are typically scheduled for Sundays, and they will travel out to the whichever school is holding these examinations. And so there are both travel fees associated with that, as well as subsistence fees and lodging fees associated with that.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, you know, following up on it, I mean, they actually had, I don't know that we've seen this before, but, you know, costs from motor vehicle parts. One of the things that we had a discussion of frequently asked questions is this one vehicle, is that a vehicle that needs to be recycled into a, you know, some kind of a schedule so that they get a better vehicle so that they're not having these expenses?
Please. Thank you, Connor. Welcome to committee, and please introduce yourself.
My name is Cassiopeia Caps. I'm the Executive Director for the Board of Barbering. To further answer your question, Representative, the travel increases because we've been given more barbering exams as our examinees pass the written test and need to take the practical. Our board members proctor those practical exams. So therefore, we're paying the substance for our board members to travel to the location of wherever the school is held for the examinations. And we're finding that we're having to hold more examinations to keep up with how many people are passing to be able to get them licensed. And in addition, to follow up again with the state agency vehicle, I know we had spoke with this committee last year. We did work on a 5-year vehicle plan for how much we would like to hold back into our fee fund to be able to have that maintenance and, you know that because we only have that one vehicle, that if something was to occur, we have that money to get another one. I can tell you that we also are putting money aside for maintenance for the one vehicle, because I mean, it's our one vehicle. We're trying our best to keep it up to par as best we can, but we did already have to replace the front tie rods on it, and it only had 50,000 miles. And that is kind of what we were told from the body shop, is that's kind of unheard of to have to do that already. But I mean, we're doing what we can. And the travel also includes us going to our annual conference for the National and Barber Boards of America Association. So we have to pay for the hotels and flights if we have to fly. But we try to limit how many board members attend that, so we're not spending outrageous amounts on that. And the price depends kind of where it's held, because I mean, cost indices increase in every state depending on where you end up going. And the travel is also including the cost for our inspector to go out to all the establishments and all the schools to go and do inspections. And I can proudly say that she has touched on the inspections of every establishment we have this year. So I was very proud of her on that one.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I guess I have this concern on this one vehicle that you're using for sending out for exams and all that kind of stuff. And I see your reserve $100,000, but I will tell you that we've been looking around for vehicles, and a reasonable vehicle is going to be $50,000 to $60,000. And so is there some reserve money that you say you have someplace that I'm not seeing here?
All of our money is inside our fee fund, Representative. We're trying to make sure that we have at least $30,000 in there. When we purchased the last vehicle, which is a 2023 Chevy Equinox, it only cost us a little over $18,000 because we got it as a fleet vehicle. So we're hoping that if we needed to get another vehicle, we could get one around the same price. But it is something we're working on, that, you know, because we track every year, we track line item wise our expenditures, what we're spending money on, to make sure we're not spending just, you know, recklessly or unnecessarily. And we're trying to make sure that with that, we're able to put money back into our fee fund to be able to have that buffer per se in case something does occur.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Again, I understand, and I think you're doing a great job of being conservative on your money and doing a great job of protecting the fees and everything that you're getting. I'm just concerned that you're not gonna buy another vehicle for 18,000. It's gonna cost $30,000, $50,000. And sometimes not always the newest vehicle is the greatest thing, but a 2 or 3-year-old vehicle, I mean, I applaud you for what you're doing as far as you're being conservative on everything. It just, would like you to just keep in mind that it's a good thing to maybe move up in a few years in your vehicle kind of thing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. Wasn't it a year ago, Cassie, that we had the discussion where the inspector was involved in a car wreck? And that was one of the things that kind of boosted a number of your expenditures up, and we had to make changes in monies being used out of the fee fund in this particular case. Wasn't that last year?
Was that last year, Jerry? Sorry, I have to infer to the inspector because I wasn't the one in the car.
Well, right. No, I'm not saying, yeah, but that's how you ended up with having to make another purchase of a vehicle.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, we try to drive the vehicle as long as we can for as far as we can. So I mean, you do what you have to do, and we don't want to spend, because even though we're a fee-funded agency and we don't use SGF, fee fund dollars are still taxpayer dollars, whichever way you want to look at it. So we do not want to spend money if we don't have to spend money, so we will do our best to use what we got. That's the best way I can put it, sorry.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Pickert.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, well, talking about money and fees, so I'm looking at your fee, the budget summary here on that. And some of your fees are over the statutory limit, like, for instance, under barber licenses, reciprocity is $210. This is on page 6. The statutory limit is 180. And there's several here that are above the statutory limit. Have you had to do that for a while, or?
Not by my understanding. The reciprocity one, for example, per the regulation of 61-6-2, number 5, the reciprocal fee, sorry, I have issues with that word.
Reciprocity.
Thank
That's
you.
okay.
The reciprocity
That's okay.
fee shall accompany the application, and the fee will be equal to the processing and license fee equal to the examination. So because our exam fees went up, the reciprocity fee went up.
Okay.
Well, I think it's pretty clear we're going to have to change.
Yeah.
Statute.
Tweak to the statute.
And, correct. And in addition, we haven't changed our statute limits or our fees and statutes since 2006.
Yeah. So that's, because I see about 10 or 12 that are over statutory limits. So I think in order to keep you guys out of a little bit of hot water.
Are you over the statutory limits, is that regarding like the restoration fees?
Yes, and then, those are all restoration fees.
Okay, my understanding, sorry, I've been here for like 5 years, but my understanding was the restoration fee is they pay the $80 a year for their license, and if they're late, depending on how late they are, they have that late fee. The late fee does not go above $100 depending on how late they are. I actually have a paper that has a breakdown of how it is. If we could pass this out to you guys too?
Well, if you can give it to Jacob and then you can pass them. And then Representative Turk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might have some clarification for you, and I'm reading between the lines because this is a new format. We did not see this format last year with this license restoration fee. It looks to me like the information you're getting is being combined with two different things that I don't know that they necessarily relate. She mentioned the fees, and it looks like they're adding the fee to the statutory limit of the license, and that's why it appears to be over the statutory limit. But it is in reality not over the statutory limit. They are two separate expenditures. This format is new this year. I do not recognize this from my 3 previous years.
As an example, with the paper that was just handed out, our late fee is not to exceed $100. If somebody is 1 day to 30 days late, they pay their $80 for their license, which is the fee for their license, plus a $20 late fee. So altogether, they only pay $100. So it still keeps us within statutory limits.
And that's the same with reciprocity.
Yes, the reciprocity just keeps toward the regulation that equals it to whatever the exam fee is. So once we can lower our exam fees back down, then that reciprocity fee will lower as well. The reason the exam fees increased a few years ago was because the cost that it was charged to us by the testing agency increased. And we are giving a lot more exams right now.
Did the revisor have anything you wanted to say? Do they have to have that reciprocity? Now I'm having trouble. It's catching. Does that have to be tweaked in statute to direct costs? It just says,
The regulation number is 61-6-2, number 5.
Madam Chair, if I may.
yes, Representative Turk.
Thank you, Chair. With all the new reciprocity compacts, economic development tools we've added in the last 3 or 4 years, I'm curious because my memory fails me. If any one of those is conflicting with the board's existing statutes, that's my guess where this reciprocity is coming from. Given then we discussed this last year on this budget, these statutory limits haven't been adjusted in decades. That we were up against it last year for an adjustment. So
You don't have, you have time to get it back to us. Yeah, she doesn't have to do it.
I'm
right
just
this
trying to
second.
add context to you, what you're looking for, Jess. Just in case. But anyway, just to highlight one thing here that I've picked up. Your licenses, this year's licenses have increased over last year's, correct?
For clarification, you mean how many have been licensed?
Yes.
And yes.
So the industry is growing, yes.
Oh, yes, most definitely.
And I can tell you guys are hustling. You're putting miles down there, so I can tell. Could anybody on staff point me to where the licenses or the list of licenses issued last year compared to this year in my stack here? I'm looking, cannot find it.
Madam Chair, Representative. So for fiscal year 2025, there were 585 licenses issued to establishments. There were 1,686 licenses issued to individuals, and that's a total, that is a total of just about 2,271 total license applications processed.
25.
For 25, yes.
What's the number over last year's? What's the spread?
Are you asking for 24 or
Are we net 500? Or we net?
I believe I have this written somewhere. I just need to find it. I apologize.
The committee knows what I'm trying to get to here.
Yes.
So I do not have the numbers for 24. I have the numbers for 25, and then I have the projected for 26 and 27.
Great. So I just wanted to bring back to the committee's attention last year's discussion with this particular agency. With all the context that we've added here, they are up against it on their statutory limits. The industry is growing. Their licenses are increasing. Their mileage is increasing, which emphasizes Representative Riley's point of they need an effective vehicle. these guys have been in this office, and it's a, what, a 2 or 3 man shop? What are you? Two-man shop, okay? Over the 4 years, I've observed just exactly what she had mentioned, is that they truly believe this board and the money that they receive is the taxpayer dollars, and that is our emphasis in this committee. They've utilized what they mentioned, they buy fleet vehicles, which is why they get it at a discounted price, and this was also why what broke? Yeah, the tie rods broke at 50,000 miles. And as somebody who frequents that particular vehicle, myself, it's not uncommon. It is actually a more common thing than where your vehicles get. So, that being said, it makes me want to find ways to help them here.
Right.
And I'd like to see, and I think we mentioned this last year, but I'd like to see, and I think the committee would like to see that plan on paper, for staff next year, or, well, heck, even if we can get it done this session, I'd like to see on paper and how that works within their budget. Maybe add it as a line item in their forecasted budget for the next fiscal year. How that works in, like they're going to take, $5,000 a year, whatever, $10,000 a year, whatever you're going to put into this vehicle maintenance fund. We asked for it last year. I don't know that we clearly asked for it. I'm clearly asking for it now.
Sorry. Cassiopeia Caps, Executive Director, Board of Bar, sorry, I never get used to that with y'all. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In regards to that, in our budget narrative, we do have a section that talks about our 5-year vehicle plan, because I know Representative Riley and this committee were very positive on the importance of, that's something we really need to look at and work on. So we do have that in our budget narrative, and that is something we're trying to work on starting last year going forward. In our budget narrative, if y'all happen to have a copy of that, it is on page 10. It's a short little paragraph, but it summarizes exactly what we're planning on doing.
Madam Chair, if I may, we do not have the budget narrative, which is why I'm asking staff to just add that one little line item into future budgets for this particular budget.
I have it in front of me, if it'd be all right if I read it for y'all? Or would you rather I just give it to Connor and he passes it out to y'all?
I would rather you give it to Connor and then he can
Okay.
pass it out. So, because we have another time we can talk about it as well. So I appreciate that. But we should get their budget summaries included with what KLRD does. All right. Any other questions? The only question I have is, and this, you probably don't know the answer. I'm just wondering how many, if you have any idea how many shops and individuals cosmetology has?
I do not. I know that they have a lot more than us. I can say that. That's about as far as I can go.
Okay.
But they also, with the Board of Cosmetology, I know that they're not just cosmetology. They have tattooing and aesthetics and nails, and with us, we're barbering. That's all we have is the barbers.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Revisor Pringle.
Yes, Jesse with the Revisor of Statutes Office. Information requested about the reciprocity fee amount. The Comfrey talked about KAR 61625 and the authority that the board cites to promulgate that rule and regulation is going to be 65-1813, 1825, which has been repealed, and 74-1806. So 74-1806 gives the board the general authority to promulgate rules and regulations as in their applicable act. But then 65-1813 is the section in their act that speaks directly to persons authorized to practice outside the state and how those are to be licensed to be practiced in Kansas, and that statute does not have any amount or fee or guidelines how that fee should be set. So that was just decided through that regulation.
So they just need to adapt the regulation. So I'll see them in front of another committee. Yes, Representative Turk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear for everybody here and in the audience, we are not in conflict. There's no conflict with what we have currently in the budget here with reciprocity. Or is there an adjustment legislatively that needs to be done?
So because there is no ceiling amount or fee amount required by the statute for that regulation, it's given the board the power to promulgate and adopt a fee that they see fit.
So no conflict then. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
So we just have to see if they put their own conflict in their rules and regulations, and then they need to adjust that. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions or comments at this point? Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I was actually able to grab those numbers from 2024 if Representative Turk would still like me to read this. So for personal licenses, that is 1,365, and for business licenses, that is 564. So that's a total of 1,929. And just for the sake of restating, for 2025, we have 585 business licenses, and then 1,686 personal licenses. That is a total of 2,271 licenses.
Chair, could you repeat those again? I didn't get.
2024 was, 2025 is 585 shops. And then 1,686 individuals. Okay. Are there any other questions for Connor or anyone else in this room? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are way ahead of our schedule. But there are two things that we can do. Number one, we can bump up the Board of Optometry. They're online and they would be willing to get that done. And then after that, before we eat lunch, we can do recommendations for the budgets that we heard and develop questions that we want to have answered during session in order to make our final decision. Does that make sense, Representative O'Hobson?
I just said we just work till 12:30, whatever we get to by 12:30, we can, move on from there. That's all. If it's cool to everybody, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm trying to consolidate and try to get some of these things done. So, and I'm not sure if anyone else can come early or not, where we can get. I think we're going to be spending a little bit of time with cosmetology. So, yes, Representative Turk.
Madam Chair, I think if you've got somebody on standby now, we should
Yes.
definitely listen to them, and then maybe you want to have a small bathroom break or something like that, then
Okay.
hear whatever conversation. I don't know that we can do, we can't do any really like recommendations, correct? But we can discuss.
We can discuss what our recommendations will be. This is very fine.
Like a round table.
But we can't, you can have just a general discussion and sort of get it all bundled and ready for the day that we have their hearings and try to get that done. How's that sound? All right, well then, why don't we just recess for about 10 minutes, 15 max? So we can take a bathroom break and water break, and then we'll come back and we'll hear from the Board of Optometry. Okay. Okay, we're out of recess, and I believe we have the Board of Examiners of Optometry next. Excuse me. Welcome to committee, another new face. Introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Edgar Klein, and I'm a new fiscal analyst with KLRD. I'll be presenting the Board of Examiners and Optometry budget summary. You should have in front of you an 8-page document that looks like this. To review, this agency is responsible for evaluating the qualifications of new applicants for the practice of optometry. There are approximately 750 licensed optometrists in Kansas currently. Now moving on to the tables, I'd like to draw your attention to the expenditures by fiscal year and version. Note that this is an entirely fee-funded biennial agency, so the legislature approves 2 budget years at a time. This agency in fiscal year 2026 did not have any changes from the approved, and in fiscal year 2027, they see a $20,000 decrease from the previous year's approved. Turning your attention to page 2, I want to draw your attention to the 10-year expenditure history. The green all funds line that goes up in fiscal year 2025 to fiscal year 2026 is mainly due to salaries and wages increase. This is for cross-training a new executive director because the previous one retired. You can see this in greater detail on page 3. For a full breakdown of expenditures, I refer you to page 4. It is roughly a 50-50 split between salaries and wages and contractual services expenditures. I will now be jumping ahead to page 6 to review the fee funds table. If you have any specific questions on expenditures, I'd be happy to answer those at the end. Of note, we can see the biannual license renewal fee increased from $450 to $550, and the fingerprint fee increased from $45 to $57. Now beginning the fiscal year 2026 analysis on page 7. To refresh the committee's memory, the 2025 legislature passed and the governor enacted one bill appropriating and adjusting funding for state agencies. This included a pay plan adjustment in the amount of $3,500 and cross-training for a new director. The cross-training entailed an increase in funding for salaries and wages in the amount of $19,000 and contractual services $22,000. Furthermore, there were no reappropriations, supplemental requests, or agency changes. This concludes the fiscal year 2026 analysis. May I move on to fiscal year 2027?
Please.
The fiscal year 2027 analysis begins and ends on page 8. Once again, the Board of Examiners in Optometry is a biannual agency, so this agency has approved the budget for fiscal year 2027. Of note, the agency approved the amount of $259,000 in 1 FTE, which is a decrease from the previous year due to the discontinuation of the cross-training of the new executive director, and those FTEs also dropped from 2 to 1. The agency also has a fringe benefits adjustment in the amount of $3,900. This is offset by a decrease in contractual services funding $2,100. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to stand for any questions, and I'd like to mention the executive directors on WebEx currently.
Does anyone have any questions? This is another hotbed of trouble right in front of us. I don't see any questions other than something. What made you decide not to move to Topeka from Ulysses? I would be asking the WebEx director. Are you there? I'm, excuse me, what is, she's in now. Okay. It's kind of like a seance. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to join virtually today. I live in Ulysses, Kansas, and
please introduce yourself first, please.
I apologize. My name is Callie McAtee. I'm the executive officer for the Kansas State Board of Examiners in Optometry. Okay. I currently live in Ulysses, and there was it is actually cheaper to have our office in Ulysses than it is in Topeka. Much cheaper.
I can imagine. So I'm really kind of teasing. I'm not sure why anyone would necessarily want to be moved from Ulysses to Topeka for work. So, or Hayes. It's just a long drive. Have you ever driven down to Ulysses? I'm thinking, oh, yes. All right. Well, I think we're pretty good with your budget. I don't know. Representative Turk has a question.
I don't mean to ruin it for everybody, but here we go. I do have one small question. How do you feel that the industry of optometry is doing at the moment? Are you growing? Are you seeing more license applications?
Yes, definitely growing more license applications. We've seen quite a few reciprocities just since I have been in this position, and the previous executive officer was shocked at how many reciprocities we were getting, and the number of applicants from last year increased this year. So we hope to have the same increase as well this coming year.
And I'm looking at your ending balance against your expenditures. Do you have any thoughts on the direction of your fee fund at the moment?
I don't really know how to answer that question. I apologize. Let me pull that up.
Are you concerned with where your fees are in relation to your fee fund ending balance?
No, I am not concerned. I have not heard any concerns. Did not hear any concerns when I was being trained, nor have I heard any concerns from the board as well.
I'm glad to hear that optometry is also growing. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, that was a tough question. All right. Is there anything else from the committee? Thank you for joining us on WebEx. I think you're off the hot seat, so.
Thank you.
All right, just a reminder, because I got reminded myself, we can go back over thank you, Edgar. We can go over and discuss what we think we'd like to have as recommendations. Hypothetically, what we're going to bring up next week. We cannot say that they are technically recommendations. So let's get started with PMIB. Is there anything, if you want to go back and look and see if there's anything that you wanted to have listed that we want to make sure that we bring up to the PMIB board and have them discuss with us? Yes. Representative Amix.
No, I think it's a very clean budget. I think that they've done a good job in answering the questions that we've had, and
Okay.
I don't see, at least I don't have any additional questions to ask.
Okay, anybody? Yes. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the other reason why PMIB has not been here, because there's illness and some specialty treatments that they're going through, as well as the other staff member is 9 months pregnant and is expecting to have a baby in like any minute. So that's why they don't show up as not showing up. I should have remembered that. Representative Turk.
Yeah, Madam Chair, with PMIB, I don't think we have much to do or manipulate, at least until we hear from the agency and hear if they have any concerns, if they have any insight before we make any adjustments. If we can't get to them, I don't think it would be the end of the world given the nature of the budget, but until we have a back and forth. I don't think in this particular budget we should manipulate anything or
Okay,
discuss manipulating anything.
fair enough. All right, then let's move on to the dental board. Is there anything? Any questions that anyone have written down or? Mine was the not using the special litigation reserve fund for the litigation they went through. And how much is in that special litigation fund? But I would like, even if they come back up to answer today, I would like to have that written down so that we can be reminded of the things that we thought of at the time. Anyone? Yes. Representative Amix.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a follow-up to your question about the dental board and that particular fund. Is that in addition to the fee fund?
I believe it's part of they put
Okay.
made a fund out of their fee fund
Okay.
for special litigation. Yes, Jacob.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I can address that question if you would like. I've pulled
Okay.
up the reports. So the Special Litigation Reserve Fund is a separate fund from their fee fund. Yes. So the dental board fee fund, I guess, are you looking for balances forward, ending balances, or what information are you looking for out of there?
Madam Chair, if I could, why wouldn't we have that information? I guess is why I'm asking Jacob.
Madam Chair, are you referring to sorry, I'm going through the summary, on page 5, this fund listed in here? And as why the Special Litigation Reserve Fund is not indicated in the budget summary?
I don't find it. If it's here, that's what I guess I'm asking.
Madam Chair, so not all funds are included in the budget summary. They factor into the grand total as part of agency expenditures, but the budget summary particularly highlights funds of particular note. On some of the smaller agencies like this, especially fee funds, we highlight their fee fund. In other instances on larger agencies, we highlight funds that are just of particular note or of importance in their narrative. This is information that we are provided through other documents provided by the Division of Budget, such as So I just received a notification, just speaking to the mic. So we do receive information on these funds as well, just through other forms of documentation, which we do have available and can provide to the committee when moving into presentation. I have what's referred to as a 404 report in front of me for the dental board that highlights the funds that they have, their fee fund, office hospitality, which is included as part of the fee fund, and then the special litigation reserve fund. So this is information that we can access and provide to the committees and bring to presentations if you would like us to.
Madam Chair. Well, I guess I would in light of the chairman's question about why the expenditure, if I understood it right, why the expenditure wasn't made out of that particular fund.
Yes.
And I guess from my reading of this, I assumed that fee or that fund was part of the fee fund rather than having a big pot of money out here somewhere.
Madam Chair, the answer to that question, I'm not the assigned to analyst this agency, but that is something in general we would have to defer to the agency on, as we cannot speak to agency intent as why they allocated funds out of their fee fund for litigation rather than their special litigation fund. So that is something that we can have the analysts reach out to the agency to receive and then get that information to the committee.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while you have that number in front of you, can you give me How much is in that fund?
Let's see. As for the 2025 actuals, so are you looking for the starting balance of the fund or like the ending balance that will move into the next fiscal year? So for the Special Litigation Reserve Fund, the 2025 actuals reports, they began the fiscal year with $125,000 and ended with the same amount. And that actually continues all the way through fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027. So the balance remains the same, starting and ending for all three reported fiscal years.
Well, and then I'm curious. Representative Turk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you tell us how that is populated? What percentage trickles into that from the main account?
Madam Chair, from the information that I am not seeing any reported revenue transfers in nor any reported expenditures. Excuse me one moment Madam Chair, so this is when funds are deposited into the Special Litigation Reserve Fund. It is an elective transfer, not something that is essentially a percentage that comes out of the fee fund. So it would be a specific transfer that occurs, but in the information I have on hand, it does not appear that in any of these current fiscal years that anything has been transferred in, but additional funds could be deposited into or out of the Special Litigation Reserve Fund at request of the agency.
It's a follow-up question, Madam Chair. All right. So, accounting question. Would it appear as an expense on the main budget, the budget we see, if they were to populate that account? Do you understand what I'm saying? Would it look like an expense from what we're looking at if they were to put that money into the account that we can't see?
Madam Chair, no, it would not. It would only represent, it would only appear as a revenue adjustment, not an expenditure.
Okay.
Well, that's why it begs the question, why aren't they paying litigation fees from the Special Litigation Fund? And why are they're using their fee fund for that? I just, just a question. Representative Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what we see as a budget committee is typically, from a business standpoint, what would be a profit and loss statement. And so all we're seeing is money in, money out, budgeting kind of things. We're not seeing what would be considered a balance statement or an overall balance statement, which would have all your assets and liabilities on it. And so when we are looking at this liability that's set aside as this reserve, it would make sense that they would be pulling money out of that account that's set aside or putting money in if they had extra money. But why they're hiring 2 extra attorneys, I don't think that's relevant. But what's relevant is why aren't they using the reserve out of that asset? Thank you.
And it's only because they basically told the fiscal analysts that they decided not, without accessing their reserve fund. Doesn't make sense to me. Yes, Representative Amix.
Madam Chair, we might ask another question if I could. And that question would be, is how, by law, how can that fund be used? In that maybe it is just for payment to a settlement and that it can't be used for legal fees or whatever else.
Oh.
But we might want to be able to ask that question also.
Well, I think we just did. Ask the revisor to look. Yes.
Madam Chair, while I can't speak to the specific agency intent, historically, agencies have only used the Special Litigation Reserve Fund when litigation expenditures exceed their available revenue in their main fee fund. So other agencies, and what has occurred is the Special Litigation Reserve Fund is there when the lawsuits essentially exceed their normal amounts of expenditures or what they would have available in their fee fund. So it is essentially a contingency fund. So in an instance where an agency is, using their fee funds, that's not uncommon or outside of something you'd normally see. But once those start to exceed their approved amount in budgets, then they would dip into this additional fund.
All right. Representative Turk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was curious about that as a form of in-house insurance, given it's a medical board, and given the payouts that the medical practices tend to have versus non-medical. So yeah, I can see how that could be an in-house insurance policy. So with that being said, I think back to the original budget, given the information that was given to us about their ending balance, he has a 2-year plan, April rollout of a new system. From a business perspective, I understand his desire to have a cushion as this transition occurs. Other than that, I don't see any other adjustments on this, other than the questions we have surrounding his insurance account. I don't think there's any other adjustments that are required on this particular budget.
And I think the reviser can enlighten us as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jesse from the Reviser of Statutes Office. So I did a quick look through the statute to see any authority for special litigation reserve funds. There are agencies that have some special litigation reserve funds created in statute. I could not find one in statute for the dental board. So at this point in time, I don't see any statutory requirements on how that money is to be spent. The board may have a regulation or an inter-office policy that they could share with us that determines the use of those funds.
Representative Turk.
I would remind those that have been on the board on this committee for a while. We know this particular guy, and he seems to be a safe guy. I will have backups to my backups. My opinion. I wouldn't be shocked if he saw something, or if the director before him saw something from another medical board that he's like, that's a smart, safe thing. Given the numbers of what's in these budgets, and in both of these line items, I don't know that I would fret too much at the moment. But perhaps we remember this for next year when we're discussing and we see the results of his April rollout and the direction of his main budget. Just my 2 cents.
All right. Are there any other things that we want to remind ourselves of for that? Okay, then we can move on to the Board of Examiners and hearing aids, hearing instruments, I should say. Did anybody jot down something that I don't see anything that I've written down. Okay, well then we'll move on. Oh, sorry, Representative Turk. Sorry about that.
I don't mean to be that dude, but here I am, that dude.
You are that dude.
For this, I mean, again, the numbers of this particular budget, it's hard to go from $1 million to 40,000. I just want to highlight again that when there's a budget of this size and this level of flexibility, what better opportunity to give back to not only our constituents, but an industry that is crucial in our day-to-day. If we could adjust some of those, and this is for them, not necessarily for us, but just saying it out loud so everybody can hear it. Adjust some of those. They got flexibility. Adjust some of those numbers. Make make some of these folks' lives a little easier, a little less complicated, a little less burdensome. They got some flexibility and they're healthy, so they're doing good work over there. I say continue doing good work. There's nothing I think we need to do. Just know that, you know, we've been here. A lot of us have been here for a long time, and we've got eyes on this budget, and we would like to just see some in department adjustments to the benefit of the people.
All right. Thank you. We'll move on to the Kansas Board of Barbering. Another hotbed of trouble.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam
Representative
Chair,
Amix.
and just so everybody knows that didn't hear me earlier, the Board of Barbering handed those numbers out for their month-by-month expenditure sheets that they have in-house, if anybody had any questions.
Also, one of the things that they just need to adjust in how they report out is the restoration fees are not only the late fees, but they've added the license fee onto it. So they're not raising their fees, their license fees, they're just charging late fees. So one of the things that they're going to change is instead of putting that full amount, they should just put how much the late fee is, right? That's what.
And Madam Chair, that was a good follow-up that you had, and a recommendation to them and making sure that that language is cleared up.
Because they did say that that's what they give to KLRD. So they're going to start changing that to just naming it a late fee, restoration late fee. And then just put that amount so they don't look like they're going over their statutory limits. Okay. All right. Okay. If there's not anything else on that, we'll move on to optometry. No? You look like you might want to say something. I didn't know what you were going to say, but I was willing to listen. Does anyone else have anything that they want to bring up? All right. Okay, well, I'm really moving right along here. I probably could have taken a longer break for. Now, I don't think, and what do you think that we should do at this point? It was 11:15. I'd like to keep going, but I don't know if the real estate boards are around.
There.
Oh, they're right here. Okay, I thought you were, okay, well, good. All right, well, let's keep this party going. We'll move on to the Real Estate Appraisal Board. Pardon me? There you go.
Good morning, committee, and to the committee chair and to fellow committee members. My name is Joe Adams. I am here today with KLRD as a legislative fellow to present on the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board. In the audience today is Alicia Smith, the new director. To give you some background, the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board is a state agency responsible for protecting consumers of real estate services by ensuring that licensed appraisers meet high standards of competency, independence, and professionalism. The board administers examinations for prospective licensees, approving and monitoring pre-licensing and continuing education courses. They investigate complaints and take disciplinary action when warranted to uphold federal and state appraisal standards and ethics. This is all on page 1 of this budget summary, which should be in front of you. Past that, you'll note that on the first graph, there is no SGF. This is a fee-funded agency. For fiscal year 2026 approved on this graph, I want to bring a number to your attention. That's the $459,051. This number is higher than the agency's request of $440,811, which will be discussed more in depth later. The reason why is there were funds that were approved last year for a director transition plan. Not all of the funds ended up being necessary, so the agency has reduced their total request. And then for fiscal year 2027, the number 400,503 matches the approved amount from 2025. You can see two bar graphs which help demonstrate the amount of money that this agency is requesting. Again, 0 SGF, and then less than 1% of the total of all funds, again at 440,000. Turning to page 2, you can see a breakdown of their 10-year expenditure history, as well as the increases over time. In fiscal year 2025, you'll see that that number is $378,936, and it jumps to $440,000. That again is because of the executive director transition plan that was approved last year. You'll also note that there are 3 FTEs in fiscal year 2026 agency. That is because for a period of time, the 2 directors overlapped. The agency is approved for 3 FTEs, but regularly maintains just 2. So that is why there is a 3rd FTE for a period of time in fiscal year 2026. Turning to page 3, you'll note that the graph only has one line, a blue line. That is the state operations. That's because the agency's entire budget is allocated specifically for state operations only, or 100%. You once again, from fiscal year 2025 actual, can see the number $222,616 jump dramatically to $284,788. This is again because of the executive director transition plan. I should have come up with a acronym to reference this regularly. That's also why it's more described on the next page, so I'll wait to describe it. But if you turn to page 4, you can see these numbers broken down even further. Once again, employee pay jumps from fiscal years 25 to 26, as well as the employee benefits. Once again, this is because of the temporary transition plan that was put in place, as well as legislative pay plan that increased the amount of funding or money that was given to each legislative employee or state employee. You'll also see that on this page, page 4, the fees professional, there's a number of $100,000 that's budgeted for the fiscal year 2026 approved. This is because of a continuing legal dispute that the agency is a part of, that I will put more in depth on later in my fiscal year 2026 analysis, as well as under the fiscal year 2026 agency request, that's the green box going down to rents and leases. This number is less than the approved amount. That is because they have reduced the amount of money that they're spending on leases for software within the agency. The rent for the building remains consistent. However, the leases that they're renting, some were deemed to be unnecessary. You also see lower on this sheet, the approved amount of $6,000 for office supplies is cut dramatically to $2,800. It's because the agency indicated that the amount of money allocated for office-related supplies, paper, pens, pencils, was more than necessary and was reduced to match that. Further down, you'll see under computer hardware, under capital outlay, the agency has requested $6,000 to replace monitors, TV screens, keyboards, other necessary infrastructure within the department, and they've requested $2,000 in the next year to continue to facilitate these needs. Turning to page 5, this covers the fee fund that the agency operates out of. As their fee-funded agency, their operations are supported entirely from the revenue generated from professional licensing and registration activities. These revenues finance all aspects of agency operations, including their administrative functions, regulatory oversight, education program approval, complaint investigation, and enforcement actions. I will draw your attention on page 5 here to the beginning balance of each fiscal year. In 2025, the actual is $251,000, and the agency has indicated that this will drop to $137,000, and by fiscal year 2027, this will drop to $84,000. Both KLRD and the DOB are aware of this, and solutions may be proposed in the future, but the ending balances of each year is steadily declining and is something of note. You can also note that the recovery of prior fiscal year admin expenditures is its own category at $47,000. This is the results of the transition plan, of the positive number or the negative number, depending on how you want to look at it, of funds returned to the state government. because they were not necessary. Turning to page 6, you can see the Real Estate Appraisal Board funds or fees that they charge currently. At this time, the statutory limit is on the middle and the current fee is on the left. You can see that many fees currently are below the statutory limit. Turning next to page 7, we begin the fiscal year 2026 analysis. Starting with the graph itself, I want to point out once more that the SGF amount is 0 all the way down because it is a fee-funded agency, so that is on purpose. The appraiser fee fund amount, or line item number 1, gives you the total amount that was approved in 2025. This number is $459,051. The agency's request is lower than that, is $440,811. This is for a couple of reasons. And this is in line item 2, excuse me. We covered the authorized one-time expenditure last year of $50,000 for the executive transition plan. Not all of these funds were necessary. So about $12,630 remained unexpended. There were additional reductions in salaries and wages, which were attributable to retirement costs and insurance costs. That's because the previous director did retire, so the amount that they pay for retirement decreased. Past that, made a small increase in other adjustments. This included a pending disciplinary hearing. This is the court costs I mentioned earlier. This is expected to require extended testimony and associated court reporting services, which do continue to go up as time goes on. The agency also requested $6,000, again, mentioned earlier, for computer hardware and support equipment to replace outdated technology. I'm sure the agency has even further information on this if it's necessary. They offset these by decreasing the request for professional fees, software rental, office supplies, which they're more closely aligned with actual expenditures, according to the agency. The agency did indicate that these were higher than necessary. I can move to fiscal year 2027. We can stay here for questions if necessary.
Please continue to 2027.
Moving to 2027, again, SGF is zeros all the way through. You'll see that the amount approved in 2025, that's line item 1, was $400,503. The agency's request for 2027 remains $400,503. Under line item 2, you'll see that they've Tetrised a little bit, about $11,153. This actually is the legislative pay plan increase that has been approved in 2025. The agency has opted to include this in their salaries and wages tab. So that is why this large increase of $12,394, all from the appraiser fee fund, to account for an increase that was inadvertently omitted in 2025 because this is a biennial. The third line item, or all other adjustments, is again those reductions from 2026, which includes office supplies, professional fees, and software rental. And I have more details on that if you'd like. But with that, I've actually finished my presentation and I'm ready for questions. I'll catch my breath.
Does anyone have a question for Joe? One question I have is, there's a discrepancy in numbers of FTEs. Because 2027 says 3 FTEs, but on page 2, that's on page 8, and then on page 2 it says it only has 2. Just trying to figure out which one is correct and which one isn't.
So, Madam Chair, this is the difference between approved amounts and the amount they actually have hired. So they have 2 hired FTEs, but they're approved to have 3 if they wanted to. The agency just maintains 2 FTEs. But on page 8, which is what I believe you're looking at, they have access to a 3rd FTE if they'd like. And the agency can speak more on that too if they plan to hire an additional, but I don't believe that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Right. Are there any other questions? Don't think I see. The only question I have is, what's the number of appraisers they have?
I don't know if that, I might defer to the agency on that question. I could give you the amount that they, if you turn to page 5, I know this was, that would include the appraiser fee fund. One of the revenue options is the licenses of personal services. This is the amount that the agency charges each year. That is not an exact, the amount of appraisers that are actually receiving these services though. So I would defer to the agency, I believe. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. you like to come up and answer a couple questions? Please, welcome to committee and thank you for, please introduce yourself.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Alicia Smith.
Is that on?
Hello?
There you go. Get a little
Thank you.
closer because
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Alicia Smith. I am the Executive Director of the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board. I am very new to this position. I started this job on September 2nd, and I had about 9 working days of overlap with my predecessor. So I'm still working to get up to speed and just trying to wrap my brain around everything that is going on. So I'm happy to stand for questions. I'll do my best to answer, and if I cannot answer, I'll make a note and get back to you as soon as I'm able.
my question was how many, approximately how many appraisers do you have?
About 1,100 appraisers currently, and then around 86 appraisal management companies. They're not licensed, but they are registered. So that's one of our sources of revenue.
Is it difficult to become an appraiser?
Absolutely. The process is incredibly complex and time consuming. So we have 4 different classifications or license types, and the lowest number of pre-license education for one of those is 158 hours. And then you have to have 1,500 experience hours. This is where you're working under the supervision of a certified or licensed appraiser and working in the field. And only once you have completed the requisite education and experience are you then able to submit your experience to the board for review. And we send those off to contracted review appraisers to conduct desk reviews. At that time, if the board does decide to approve them, then they are able to take the license examination. And in statute, there's a requisite amount of time in which you have to complete this experience. So for some of them, it cannot be less than 12 months. Less than 18 months, or less than 24 months. So it can take years for somebody to complete all of the requirements before they're even presented to the board to review their experience and be able to sit for the exam. And this is due in part to the federal oversight, because we're only regulating federally regulated transactions, not like mass appraisals or county appraisers. The Appraisal Foundation, by way of the Appraisal Subcommittee, regulates all the state licensing boards for appraisals for federally regulated transactions, and they're the ones that set the flow of the application process. They set the criteria, all of the standards. So I think that they're aware of issues that, because it creates a huge barrier to the industry. The amount of time that it takes to complete all of the criteria before you can even sit for the exam. They're currently visiting about whether or not they're going to change that and allow people to complete the education and the exam and then get the experience. But don't know how quickly that's going to come down the line.
So in the state of Kansas, do you have any knowledge of, is that number of appraisers gone down or going up? I mean, it seemed like it would be very difficult to go up.
It is staying kind of even keel. We have small dips in the numbers here and there, and then we might issue 2 or 3 licenses to kind of get people back. But because of the amount of time it takes and how time sensitive and intensive the process is, the industry is kind of falling by the wayside, not just in this state, but that's true in all the other states.
Oh, well, that's an interesting piece of information. I was not aware that it was more federally regulated than it is state regulated. God bless you. Gosh, yeah, because I have been told it's just terrible. And there are a lot of appraisers, you have to have an appraiser over you, and a lot of appraisers don't want to do that.
That's correct, because essentially they would be training their replacement or their competition. And so I think that the Appraisal Foundation is cognizant of these issues, and they're aware that maybe it was a little short-sighted in some of the criteria when it was being set forth. Obviously, the goal was to protect the public, protect the industry, make sure that, financial transactions are being regulated and there's oversight, but I don't think they thought through long-term ramifications of some of these requirements, and that's what they're working on now. They've put out several exposure drafts recently and are in a public comment section, a public comment period at this time to get feedback from different state agencies and stakeholders about ways to maybe improve the industry and help to get new people in. That period closes on March 6th, so I'm hopeful that there will be some changes. Again, I'm very new to this. I came from the Real Estate Commission. I was there for almost 10 years. Very different industry, but there are some overlays there, so I'm hopeful.
Excuse me. That's all new information for me. So that was very educational. So
Thank you.
I wish you the best.
Thank you, Madam
If
Chair.
there's someone we need to write letters to or call, just let us know.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Madam Chair, and thank you all members of the committee. And again, if you have any additional questions, feel free to let me know.
Well, you have one more question at least from Representative Turk.
This is for anybody that can answer it. I'm just going back through for the fourth time and looking for things I missed. The ending balance estimated for FY 2027 is $23,000. This year, it's $84,000. Your estimated expenses for this year are $440,000, $400,000 next year. What's the plan to balance out this fee fund before you are in the negative?
So, Representative Turk, Madam Chair, as Joe already said, we have done some work to try to decrease our expenditures. Again, I came in right at the tail end of this and was kind of doing my best to figure out where I could take some immediate cost saving measures. I am currently working with our newly assigned AG to do some revisions to our regulations related to fees, because we are well below the statutory maximum for our appraisal management company renewal fee. It's currently set at $1,100. Statutory max is $3,500. We're also a little below the statutory maximum on the appraiser renewal fee. So I'm currently working with council to look into increasing those fees. Those are part of the governor's recommendations to my predecessor in the last couple of budget cycles, and no action was taken. So I'm doing my best to get started on that.
Yeah, it sounds like you were handed a interesting scenario. Yeah, and it's not like we're gonna adjust like, $30,000, $40,000 here. It's a significant adjustment. Nobody likes raising fees. You raise fees, you impact an industry, and it's an industry we can't, as a culture, as a society, afford to have impacted. This impacts housing prices at some point in the process. Yeah, I mean, of all of our budgets so far, this is the one that concerns me the most. I know you're new and I'm not going to beat you up, but at least in the next 30, 60 days, we're going to finalize your budget within that time period. I'd like to at least see a plan.
Madam Chair and Representative Turk, I am on board with that. I am currently working on that. I actually just met with our principal budget analyst on Tuesday, and we had a discussion. And so some of the numbers that are represented in this report aren't quite where we are financially at this moment. And our budget analyst was actually surprised when he saw our current cash balance. These were projections that he made based on the trends in spending from my predecessor and the previous staff. So he feels more confident about the ending balance for fiscal year 2027 and that it should be much higher than what's listed here, but still does have that concern about our budget. When I started on September 2nd, he told me on September 5th, hey, you need to have fees in place by January 1, 2026, because that's how dire the situation appeared at that time. And as of Tuesday, he said, as long as you can try to get something in the works by January 1 of this next year, I think you'll be good. And just continue to do what I've been doing, which is being mindful of our expenses and trying to limit. We have 50,000 sheets of paper in our office, about 2,000 notebooks, 3,000 pens, and there are 2 staff members. So these are things that I've tried to be mindful of and recognize that we probably don't need $8,300 to be spent on office supplies in this year because we have enough paper to last us for the next 7 or 8 years. Yes.
We're going to stop using paper by the time you.
I can go through all your.
All right, thank you. I wish you the best of luck, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Is there any other question or comment? You may sit down. I think you're done. Just a minute. And pardon me? All right, and then we can move on to the Real Estate Commission. Thank you for coming early.
Hello again, committee and Madam Chair. Once again, I'm Joe Adams with KLRD, Legislative Fellow, back again. Today in attendance is Eric Weisner, the Executive Director for the Kansas Real Estate Commission. Quickly, I'm going to tell you about their mission. They are here to protect Kansans in the selling, purchasing, and leasing of real estate. They develop responsive policies and procedures that are focused on serving Kansas customers. The KRC has established various programs designed to protect public interest in real estate transactions, including programs that focus on licensure, education, and compliance. Lower on this first page of this budget summary document, you will see that SGF is at a 0. This is again on purpose. This is a fee fund, meaning that they are a regulatory agency. You can note their trends for the last 5 years, with the final 2 being the agencies proposed in 2026 and 2027. Beneath that is a bar or a pie graph that demonstrates the amount of their request compared to the rest of the state of Kansas. There is 0 for SGF and less than 1% of all funds at $1,551,521 in 2026. Turning to page 2, you'll note that we have not indicated a significant change. There is an increase from the budget of about $4,000. And then in fiscal year 2027, this is the legislative pay plan that was inadvertently omitted in 2025. Because of the nature of a biennial, it just was not considered by the legislature at the time. And that number is around $41,000. Turning to page 3, you can see the 10-year expenditure history of this agency. This is a green line only because there is no blue line because there's no SGF, which means 100% of their funding comes from within their own fee-funded regulatory structure. Beneath that, you can see a numerical breakdown of the past 10 years, which remains steady at an increase. The FTE count also remains steady at around 12 FTEs full-time. Turning to page 4, you can see a breakdown of expenditures by major purpose. The agency notably uses 100% of their funds for state operations. And once again, that line at the top is just blue on purpose. It's because all of their operations are just state operations. They don't use funding for any other purpose. Turning to page 5, you have an expenditure classification broken down even further. I'll note that the employment pay increases steadily over time. That is demonstrative of the pay plan, and it demonstrates just an increase of funding as approved by the legislature from 2025. Similarly, employee benefits increases at a relative rate. You'll note that they are both below for employee benefits for the agency's request in 2026. There's a few things I'm going to draw to your attention. One is that under the fiscal year 2026 approved amount by the legislature in 2025, this number was 10,150. The agency's only requested 3,852. They've indicated that they've saved money on printing and other such things by switching to email services. Further down in the fiscal year 2025 actual, under supplies office, there's a number that's 2,284. The other years are 177, 1,300. This is a budgeting error. This number is inflated by the clothing amount that's above it, that's only 15. In other years, they've had 1,500 and 1,400. So these numbers should be combined in essence. And the agency does have exact numbers to figure out why this number has been made an error. But just to be clear, that is not purposeful, but it can be explained. Turning from there to page 6, we begin to cover the real estate's largest fee fund. They do have 3. But their largest one is the real estate fee fund, which is the one that I brought to your attention today. There's some analysis explaining more about the fee fund itself and the relative use of it. Underneath that is the commission fees on page 6. Turning to page 7 is the fee fund itself. In previous years, a representative had requested to know what the penalties were for this agency. So this number is now included underneath revenue. It is third up from the subtotals, and in 2025 actual, it was $40,553. Past that, this is just a breakdown of their total amount. As was noted previously in another budget summary, the trend of the ending balance does go down, but not by, that's a value judgment. That's all, period. Turning to page 8, we begin the fiscal year 2026 analysis. As mentioned previously, the agencies, in the first line item, the amount that they have been approved by the legislature is $1,500,000 and some change. The agency has requested an additional $4,749. If you go to the second line item under contractual services, they indicate that the increase of $2,263 is for two main reasons. One is to cover attorney and legal fees, and then the use to develop online compliance courses that can be used in place of giving fines for real estate violators in the industry. The next two lines indicate why the increase for legal fees, which is related to the Attorney General's office going up, as well as increases for hearings before the Office of Administrations, and more explanation for the software purchases. Number 3, the agency indicated that they intended to replace monitors and other miscellaneous items. They indicated that some monitors are more than 10 plus years old, and that these would need to be replaced within the next 2 years and have budgeted accordingly. With that, I'm finished with fiscal year 2026. I'm ready for questions, or I can turn to fiscal year 2027. Yes, Madam Chair. So on 2027, this is, under line item 1, you can see the amount that was approved for the agency in 2027. That number is 1.5 million and some change. They are indicating that under line item 2 with the legislative pay plan, this is the amount approved previously. They're funding this from 2 funds, and it comes out to $39,744. After that, for all other adjustments, or line item 3, they continue to indicate that costs associated with legal services have increased as they have in 2026, and provided the same reasoning, as well as the software online compliance courses that they are developing. And finally, the agency attends job-related conferences, which is titled ARELLO, or the Association of Real Estate License and Law Officials, which has an expected increase for the amount to attend these conferences, which the agency has budgeted accordingly. With that, I believe I have finished my presentation and prepared for any questions.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Joe? Representative Amix.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joe, the Attorney General's office and the legal representation fees, do you know the hourly rate that they charge, the office charges, Real Estate Commission?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I do not have that information presently, but I can find it for you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And then, Joe, do you know how many realtors they actually have? They license?
Sorry, it was the amount that they have that they regulate, or the amount that they license? No, I do not know that number. I would defer to the agency.
Right. Okay. Any other questions for Joe? And we can ask the agency to come up. Thank you. And by the way, for all the fiscal analysts, as long as there aren't any questions in between the 2 years, they should just go ahead and say, unless there are any questions, I'll go ahead and move on to 2027. You don't have to ask permission. That's what I'd like you to do. So welcome to committee. Please introduce yourself.
Good, I think it's morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Eric Weisner. I'm the Executive Director of the Kansas Real Estate Commission. Just to maybe address a couple questions that came up. Representative Amix, the Attorney General's office actually doesn't assess an hourly rate. It's an annual fee that they assess to the agency. And maybe it's basically for whatever percentage of an attorney that we use through their office. We actually have 2 separate attorneys. We have a general counsel and then a disciplinary counsel. So they use a formula to determine where we use, 0.25 of one and 0.1 of another, and then whatever that pay rate is, that's what they assess to us, basically. That's how it's explained to me. And obviously with pay plan increases, that they in turn move that cost onto us. Some years they don't do that and they kind of wait, but then they'll do, instead of like 2.5, they'll do a 10%. So it washes out and we get good services from them. The number of real estate agents in the state of Kansas, and I want to say, make it clear, we license real estate agents. People like use the term realtors, but that's a whole separate, they're a trade association. We have just under 17,000 active licensees in the state of Kansas. There's another about 1,000 people who have their license on inactive status, so about 18,000 people in total. We have 2 license types. We have the entry-level salesperson license type, so that's about 14,500 total, and then we have the higher level broker license, and that's about 3,500 count. One other thing I would point out, and I know this was brought up earlier in the day in the dental board's testimony when they were referencing their online licensing system, the Real Estate Commission is actually the first agency to implement that system. We worked with OITS in the initial procurement process. We actually had a seat in the table to pick the vendor along with OITS. We started that process initially in 2022. Really started going heavy in 2023, and then we went live in April of 2025. So we're the first agency of, I think they're up to 12 or 13 that are in the pipeline. Probably most of the agencies that are going to come before you will eventually be in that system.
Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Turk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple questions. One just a business question. In order to become a broker, do you have to spend a fixed amount of time, a certain amount of time at that first level before you can apply to be a broker? Or can you just apply to be a broker and skip that first level? How does that work for you?
That's a great question, Representative Turk. Madam Chair, so it sort of depends, right? So the commission basically has some guidelines that they give to staff to say, if there's a broker application where they've had at least 3 years of experience and 30 transactions in the last 3 years, or if they've had 2 years of experience, I mean, and experience means having a salesperson's license, and they have 40 transactions, then if they apply, you're authorized to approve their application. If they don't meet that threshold, then it essentially has to go to the commission for them to review that. And then they take in other factors such as, well, I mean, if the person's an attorney, they obviously, while they may not have real estate transactions, they've reviewed a lot of contracts. So that might be something they say, well, you don't have the transactions, but you have other experience.
Relative business experience.
Correct. Office manager of a real estate company. You know, they may not be the ones out in the field doing the deals, but they're the ones reviewing the contracts and making sure they're in compliance. And from our vantage point, that is very important when it comes to having a broker's license. So those are sort of the things that factor in there.
Madam Chair, I got two follow-up questions, unrelated.
You may.
What are some of the trends you're seeing in your industry? Are you on the up? Are you plateaued? Are you on the down? What's your direction?
Representative Turk, Madam Chair, we are definitely, I would say, either on the plateau or maybe slowly creeping down. This industry, this occupational license is probably more cyclical than any other one that's out there.
You're unique.
I mean, you look back to 2015, and you're looking at 13,000, 14,000 licenses. So 4,000 license increase in 5 or 6 years. I mean, that's a lot. Obviously, very hot market. That's going to happen. We've definitely seen that trend start to dip. What I don't know is it going to dip or is it going to plateau? That's kind of the $1 million question. I would say the other thing that is kind of out there is there's a lot of changes in the Realtor Association world. There's a lot of changes with respect to rules to belong to associations and MLSs, and those could have an impact on license counts moving forward. But there's just a lot of uncertainty right now.
And the last question, I'm seeing your expenditures and I'm seeing your ending balance. What are your thoughts on your current fee structure and your direction?
So, Representative Turk, Madam Chair, I'm glad you brought that up because our fee fund balances have been increasing as the license count has increased over the last well, really the last 10 years, but more importantly, the last 5. That balance has kind of dropped a little bit this year. It's continuing to go down in fiscal year 26. It is probably a little bit higher than I would like as far as a management perspective. But really the key that we're looking at was a legislative change that occurred in 2025 that went into effect July 1 of 2025. And that is the military spouses, whether they're active or honorable discharge, no longer pay any fees, renewal fees, application fees. So those are all waived. And just in discussions with industry members, especially, in the Manhattan area, Leavenworth area, there is a lot of real estate licensees who are spouses of military members. And we've already kind of started to see quite a few of those fees being waived. So I think I want to see what happens with that law change before I come back and say, do we need to make any adjustments to fees?
I know the numbers of those people you're referring to. And I'm curious as to why you're concerned about that.
I'm not concerned with respect to I guess maybe I should clarify, I'm not concerned about anything other than what the impact will be if any major impact or fees. But we have seen a decent number. And honestly, our part is they do their application, they call us, and they're like, why didn't I pay a license fee this year? And then we explain the law. We have it in the thing, but they were like, oh, thank you, I appreciate that. My husband's active duty military, or my spouse served 20 years, and we appreciate that. So it's a good thing, but it's just from a financial perspective, we want to make sure we understand what that impact is.
I get it. I know that the very, very small percentage of people who are not only serving in the military, but those that are dependents of the military. It's very, very small number overall. So I'm not as concerned. I get how that might be a different thing from your perspective, but I'm not worried about that. Just I think you're still in safe numbers. I'm not concerned.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But if you have any thoughts on adjusting your fees, just let us know.
Yeah, we'll have a lot better idea this time next year of that and what any impact is, and whether we do need to maybe look at that. But again, we're so cyclical. I mean, when I took over in February of 2015 in this position, and we had $225,000 in our fee fund. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? All right. Well, apparently our lunch is here. And the realtors of our Kansas Real Estate Board is treating us to that. So
it's actually the association.
Association. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, not the board. The board's not paying for it. That's right. Lots of real estate today. So what we'll do is, if anybody has any further questions that they want to ask about when we get back into session for the Real Estate Commission or the Appraisal Board. If not, then yes, Jacob. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Hello, committee. Jacob Klesby, Legislative Research. In response to Representative Turk's question during, I believe it was the dental board, he asked a question about budget narratives and that information being included along with what KRD presents. The budget narratives are published by the Division of Budget and available on their website. I have sent an email to the committee linking you to the pages. This includes an overview of not only general government budget, but any other budget committees or agencies you may oversee. So if you wanted to look at that over lunch or even after committee, I have distributed that to all of you.
Okay, that sounds great. One of the reasons why he emailed all of them is that some are like a page and some are 200 pages. So I don't think you want a plethora of paper to go through, but it would be nice to be able to look through some things. So I will Anything else? Before
If we needed paper, I know where we can find it.
we will come back at, one, well, why don't we come back at 1 and finish up with cosmetology, and that way we keep our day a little bit shorter. How's that sound? Okay, so we'll recess until 1 o'clock. There is lunch for staff as well. Okay, thank you.
by this committee in the previous year's session, and it moves then on to House Appropriations and all the way down to conference and what was enacted in the final bill. And then the final document, just for another bit of additional context, is the appropriation report. It looks like this document in front of you. It's a large chart that includes additional text in the back. This is just additional contextual information that highlights each of the agency requests and expenditures. And then when you turn to pay, they're part of a larger collective, so the page numbers are a little off. It is the third page of the document, but page 536 at the bottom. This details just then the history of the individual expenditures and what happened as the legislative budget process went along. And if I'm happy to stand for any questions on these documents, but if there's nothing else, I will turn the mic over to Joe and he will begin his presentation of the Board of Cosmetology.
All right, are there any questions for Jacob before we move to Joe? All right, thank you.
Good afternoon now, Madam Chair and
afternoon.
committee. I am still Joe, the legislative fellow with KLRD, who is here to talk about the Board of Cosmetology. To give you just a bit of brief background, the Kansas Board of Cosmetology is the state agency responsible for protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the public through the regulation of cosmetology, body art, tanning, related professions. The board carries out this mission by licensing qualified professionals and facilities, setting and enforcing these standards of practice, and overseeing examinations and continuing education requirements. Now, as Jacob mentioned, on this document, which we have titled the budget summary, you will notice that there is zeros for SGF. That is because all of their funding comes from fee-related sources. They are another administrative agency. Beneath that, you can see the pie graphs that help explain how much money that is compared to the rest of the Kansas budget. On page 2, you will see that the fiscal year 2026, the agency has made no requests to improve their budget from previously approved. In fiscal year 2027, they do have a legislative pay plan and an associated amount of $18,472. This is again just an issue of the 2025 pay plan not being carried through into the 2027 year for biennial agencies, as has been the case in the last 2 for me. Turning to page 3, you'll see a 10-year expenditure history for this agency, both in a graph form as well as a table of data beneath that. Turning to page 4, you can see a breakdown of their expenditures by major purpose. Once again, this agency has 100% of their total funds used specifically for state operations. I'm going to draw your attention to 2 figures very quickly. In the fiscal year 2026 approved number for salaries and wages, that number is $1 million and some change of 49,000. The actual agency request is $871,906. This is because they are operating with 2 less FTEs at this time. Underneath that, you have contractual services. Again, a big difference here between the approved amount, which was $244,647, and the agency's request is $422,156. These numbers are different for 2 reasons. One is the necessary increase for software that the agency uses titled Big Picture, as well as a requirement to repay the Attorney General's office that will be discussed more in depth later. Totaled, though, these are still within the budget approved from fiscal year 2025. Turning to page 5, you now get the state operations broken down more in depth. Under the fiscal year 2026 approved, under the line item that is titled shrinkage, there's a 0. This is actually incorrect. Lower in that same line, there's a number that's $189,827. This is the proper number that should be in that area that is labeled as 0. The Department of Budget is also aware of this issue. It's just a administrative fault that cannot be corrected at this time. I'll also point out under the fiscal year 2026 approved numbers for fees professional and fees other services. These numbers approved wise were $78,650 and $178,997. These are the 2 categories that are covering the items such as the Attorney General's office, repayment fees, and Big Picture. Lower on this same page, page 5, you'll see under rents and leases, the amount of money starts at $60,000. In 2026, this number jumps to $101,300, but the agency has only requested $72,000. This is because the agency has moved to a new location and is no longer in a state building, and is now, I forget the address, but it's across town. Turning to page 6, this is the page that details the cosmetology fee fund. I'm going to bring your attention to a few items. First, we're going to start with the revenue location, which has licenses of personal services. This number goes from 790,000 to 837. The agency budget's at about 840, which remains consistent, and then increases to 975,000. The agency offered reason for this increase is because they intend to increase in practitioner licensing fees, which leads to the 16% increase from 26 to 27. Beneath that, for other fines and forfeited penalties, the agency recorded $32,000 worth of fees and penalties from the previous year, but indicates they expect $80,000 this year and for that to increase to $100,000 in the future. If you look to the bottom under the ending balances, these numbers also trend downwards, but the agency expects that to pick up by 2027. Turning now to page 7, you can see the actual fees that the agency requires currently based on their current fees and the statutory limit. And notably, they have not increased these previous fees in the past couple of years. Turning now to page 8, this gets to the fiscal year 2026 analysis. Under the first line item, you can see that this is the approved amount from 2025, with the number being $1,334,062. The agency has not requested any more funding for this amount. However, they have balanced their budget internally. Notably, in the second one under contractual services, they had an increase of $177,509. It is primarily attributable to the increase of $120,000 for computer programming services other than OITs that the agency uses. These are including payments for the big picture software. The agency indicated that in the previous year, they did not pay the hosting fee associated with Big Picture, and that funding that was allocated for Big Picture was instead spent on other items. The amount therefore requested reflects both the repayment of last year's prior debt and this year's required payment. The agency also has requested $119,972 for attorneys and lawyers for legal representation provided by the Attorney General's Office in fiscal year 2026. This is because the agency indicated that in the previous year, they failed to pay attorney's fees and opted to spend allocated resources elsewhere. As a result, the agency must now cover both the prior year's outstanding balance and the current year's projected fees. On top of that, the AG's office has increased their rates. Now, these numbers are balanced by a negative adjustment of $191,827. This is effectively shrinkage that the agency is using 2 less FTEs for, is how they're maintaining these balances. On top of that, they also have reduced the estimate for the purchase of a passenger vehicle, reduced spending on gasoline, savings on office supplies, and other reduced expenditures for subsistence or food. Turning to the next page of fiscal year 2027, the agency has in line item 1 an approved budget of $1,315,590. They have not requested an increase of this amount except for the legislative pay plan, which has been mentioned previously. This pay plan was to the total of $18,472 and is because of a previously admitted amount from the 2025 year. For line item number 3 under contractual services, we're again seeing the balancing amounts here. This includes an addition, the same amount for $120,000 for computer programming services, which does include the big picture software that the agency still uses. The agency also requested an increase of $92,000 for rates from the Attorney General's office, and again noted that they have raised their rates. They do have other estimated expenditures for contractual services such as rents, repairs, and servicings of passenger vehicles, which were all reduced, as well as reductions for subsistence and travel. This also has been balanced largely through the negative adjustment of $205,353, which again is shrinkage. And I believe that's everything at this time. So I will stand ready for questions from the committee.
Does the committee have any questions for Joe right now? I know that the agency is here. Would you have, does anyone have any questions for the agency? Okay. All right. Thank you for now. Hang around. Welcome to committee. Thanks for being here. Please introduce yourself. Turn on the mic, please. The light's on, then you're on.
Okay, I'll do that again. Can we hear? Okay.
Now we-
Brianna Bell, Executive Director for the Kansas Board of Cosmetology, and I'm pleased to be here. Yes.
What, does anyone have something that they would like to ask before I start in on all of mine? Representative Turk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, congratulations on your new job. Condolences, or maybe it depends. I'm sure we talked a little bit
Yeah,
in
thank
the
you.
interim, and we had a good conversation. And we all here in this committee know what you've stepped into. We all feel for you, but we're glad you're here. And just looking at these numbers,
Mhm.
I'll tell you right off the bat, it looks like we're in a positive direction. Not that we could have gone much further last year to the negative, but it looks like you've kind of steering the ship. Can you first tell me kind of how your office is set up right now, how you're utilizing your positions? From what I understand here, that you are under your full capacity in an effort to kind of make up some revenue. Can you tell me a
Yes.
little bit about that?
So, bear with me. Short period that I've been in the office, but I think we've done a lot in the short amount of time to kind of redirect the ship. But I started in August, and immediately when I came in, we did have some staff turnover, both in our deputy director position as well as some administrative assistants and an inspector that retired during that time. So immediately, the question is, are we going to fill these positions? And so we kind of took some time to really evaluate the strengths within our agency, who had been there the longest and who really had started to pick up the weight of some other aspects of different subdivisions. And we really binded together, and we're doing the best that we can to shift some people who were in administrative positions up, who really knew the agency, and reorganized kind of different positions, different desks, so that we can sustain as much as possible, because moving forward, we're not budget wise able to hire another inspector, so we needed to reorganize the regions and then still get all of our inspections done. And so based on how some of the inspectors were already operating and going around to inspect different facilities, it was like, well, how about we shift you here, so that we could balance that part of the inspector side. I hope I'm answering your question, but right now, I think that has been very useful, and it has definitely shifted our agency dramatically, because taking care of the standards of what we need to get done, then it opened up the doors of, okay, how do we move forward? If we can operate in this manner for a short amount of time, how do we really assess where the agency is and actually see what we need to improve the direction of the budget and how we operate and the efficiencies and of such. So,
Madam Chair, I have a few follow-up questions if I may.
Feel free.
Thank you. So given you've reduced your staff and you're forced to reprioritize your priorities, triaging your priorities. What are those priorities moving into this next year as far as your statutorily required obligations? What are you able to achieve your required inspections across the state? Are you meeting your I guess your standards, whether internal or external?
yes, so statutorily wise, we are meeting expectations. To give you a little insight on how our board had made some previous decisions, our previous board, because we also gained 4 new board members, or yes, we had 4 new board members. There was a board policy of wanting to get, say, inspections done every year, but statutorily, we were required to get them done every 2 years. Because we had a reduction in staff with the inspectors, it definitely made a challenge to get things done every single year. And so just having that transparency with our board saying, hey, this is where we're at, this is the reality. But thankfully we are exceeding the statutory requirements. And so that has been a lot of just involving our board. I don't think that they are aware of, even though staffing was down, what was going on in the office. And so just really sitting down with our board saying, this is what is required. What do we need to do? And then how do we get back to that that point maybe in the next year, fiscal year, of where we can do every year again.
Okay, how do you track your inspections, your mileage, your impact? How do you track that?
Yes, so we have a couple of different systems. One of them is through our licensing portal. The inspectors all have kind of their portal that they review, that they are able to input information. And we also did not have a compliance director who reviewed that data coming in. So there was, that's kind of reasoning as to why that was down. Some of those numbers were down over the past fiscal year. And so now we have a compliance director, and just having regular meetings and reviewing that information, involving them in that review process, and also making sure we have the ability to request that information more frequently. And so over the past few months, we've kind of increased what the inspector should be submitting to the in-house office to make sure that we have that. But we do have ways, with the portal that we're able to track and see.
Your compliance director has oversight of your inspectors. Your inspectors report to the director. The director then it reports to you, right? You're where the buck stops as far as that's concerned. So you know for a fact, verifiably, that your inspectors are out there on the road, beating pavement, meeting with clients and inspecting facilities, correct?
Yes, as of August, me coming into the office, I can't speak for prior to that. I wasn't here, but meeting with inspectors and pulling their reports, I have been able to see, where they have been meeting requirements, and also maybe some areas where things were lacking that we definitely need to be tightening up on. That I feel like is a result of some practices from the previous administration.
Right. Good to hear. Just for the committee's edification. During the interim, there were discussions, and I would say there were insinuations that the work wasn't getting done, that some of the information, some of the data that we receive is not accurate. So hearing these changes is optimistic. I'm glad to hear it.
I also, just to add a little bit onto that, so I believe 2 fiscal years ago, they did switch from the licensing system, or possibly 3, to what they had then. And so how they were tracking the information from the portal that, or the system that they were using before, in, I guess, ways, it seemed, to my understanding, how I was looking at it, that the numbers were not being pulled correctly either. So that has been something that is high priority for all of our directors in office, is really looking at reporting and communicating that to, different people in our agency, to make sure that we're accurately reporting that and they're understanding what's going on in our agency. So I agree, and I think we are headed in a strong direction.
I just want to emphasize that we can't help you
Mhm.
if we don't get
The clarity.
data.
Mhm.
And so I'm glad, again, I'm glad to hear that there's efforts being made, that we can all get on the same page once again and
Yeah.
get this budget back in order.
I like numbers. I do. Yeah.
Glad to hear. We're all glad to hear that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Representative Amix.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to have you here, and congratulations on your job. One of the things that was brought up by the previous representative, talking about inspections, I couldn't help but notice that your anticipated increase in fines
Mhm.
goes up essentially 20%, or that's the expectation. Is that because we are going to be doing more inspections, or the amount of where's that money coming from?
Yeah, no, I'm glad you asked that. So I've been looking at the past kind of decade of how that department, the compliance department, has been operating. And over the years, we've had, I can get this information if you want the exact number, but looking over the past 10 years, there is a period where that compliance department was running very efficiently and consistently. And I believe that the consistent number at that time was around 100, 120. And so looking at what was happening with administration in relation to the compliance department over the past 2 years specifically, and how it's fluctuated and decreased, that estimate was based on, okay, we didn't have people in that department. There was a lot of vacant spots. There also, especially at the beginning of this year, there wasn't someone in that department. And so it significantly decreased, as you saw, to that 37,000 around there. And so based on that, it's more so seeing the inspections and looking at the reports that those fines or those assessments that the inspectors were finding were still coming into the office, but since there wasn't a compliance director or an admin assistant, that stuff was not being processed. So statutory wise, we're working with, our AG's office and making sure that we are still, in compliance to processing that information. And we do understand that some of that will have a statute of limitations. We're working with them to get clarity on that, but that's kind of where those numbers is us processing that, not necessarily that we're out there trying to find more people. This is actually being processed. And I mean, on a positive note to some of those practitioners, they may be like, oh, you told me I was getting fined, but I didn't receive the information. We're getting that in order and just really communicating even with our inspectors that if you have somebody with, say, a condition license, they are required to go through training. They're required to attend classes. So we've seen an increase with the inspectors being more involved with those to encourage compliance. But office-wise, that's kind of why the fees were so low, because that information was not being processed.
So if I could, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
So just as a follow-up to that, so the job's going to be being done now?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Got that one figured out. Well, one other question if I could, and as I look at the summary and being familiar with your board and the practice that you all do, and the number of licenses or various practices that you license, has there ever been discussion, and it's obviously early in your tenure here, but has there been any comment ever made? Is the agency just getting too big?
No, I don't think the agency is it's getting too big. I don't think that we've ever had that comment. I think that the agency and even the industry is definitely showcasing that it's growing. And we just want to make sure that the staff, the people who are overseeing that, even the board are informed about the direction that the agency is headed so that we can consistently, be sustainable. And so I don't think we're getting too big. I don't think I've heard a lot of discussion about that. I think it's more so making sure that the people are, in office to take care of the business, and that we're also monitoring the system so that we're not slowing down what should be getting done,
Okay. Well, the only reason that I bring that up, and the only reason that I bring it up is that there was a period of time, predecessors of yours a long time ago, it seemed like every time that there was something new that was going to be licensed, it seemed like cosmetology can handle that. And I look at the number of things that you've taken on, from tattooing to piercings, on and on and on. And just wondered if there comes a point where, the agency is just too large to handle everything that's there. So,
maybe it's a new voice in town, but me looking at the agency and what possibly has been lacking is there's a creative side. Obviously, the Board of Cosmetology is here for servicing the public, and it's here for making sure that, practitioners can be licensed, but who we communicate with and deal with, as far as our clients, who come into the office, we do deal with people of all creative backgrounds and businesses, and I think it does require an office that understands that. And whenever we get added, like, hey, can you take on that too? Realize that this is another creative, field. So to me, also speaking as a practitioner and educator and curriculum, have done pretty much it all. I think I'm proud to stand, in this position, because it definitely requires seeing and understanding who we're taking care of and who's actually being serviced in this industry. And I feel like that hasn't been in a while. So
that new voice in town is very refreshing. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go to you next, but when you speak about all the different licenses you do you have a breakdown of how many licenses for each area that you could share with the committee?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Yes, and that is actually in our narrative as well. And so when I was hearing from previous discussion, I think that's important for you to get that to you because it breaks down in detail kind of where we're at.
Yes.
So we'll get that to you.
Would like to see that. And I'll let you go ahead, Representative Riley. You had a different question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm probably going against what thought process of other people on this committee. But, you know, when I start hearing you talk about trying to keep your creative people in line, I know over the years of getting my hair cut at a lot of different places that, and don't do my brows and I don't do waxing or any of that stuff. So I'm limited to just cosmetologists, but I really have a problem when your inspectors come in and they have to find something to find people over. All of these small businesses, some of them are franchises, and then they leave. It seems to me, and this industry needs to be thinking about not fining these small businesses, but if you see a brush that's on the floor and they pick it up, or, you know, or something's in their drawer that doesn't look right, so you fine them $100. I think there needs to be an education part of this and not making it a goal of trying to increase your fines part of your thing. If anything, your goal should be have less and less fines, more and more training. Recommend the first time that you see something like that they watch a YouTube that you have put together for people across the board as a, you know, a educational thing. Well, you should always do this, and this is a reminder, take a look at this YouTube again. But making that a revenue source and trying to increase that as a revenue source to small businesses, I really have a problem with that. So I'm just telling you, that's a pet peeve of mine. I know everybody else likes to have control, but when those inspectors come in and they're just there for less than 5 minutes and they walk out the door because they have to find something, I have a problem with that. So thank you. There's no question there, just a statement. Thank you.
May I respond?
Absolutely.
I truly appreciate your comment, Representative. And once again, as I came into the office, I came in with the understanding of, yes, we need to get the agency back in order, not just budgetary wise, but people do respect the license and people hold their license with a lot of honor, no matter what field they're in, cosmetology, tattooing, you name it. And as an educator and a fellow practitioner who does owned a business and worked with so many people, that is something that I stand by the education part. If somebody doesn't know, then we need to give them that chance, to know. And so I love that within the past few months, we have immediately sat down with not just staff, but also practitioners and brought our schools into this conversation to figure out what we need to do to encourage compliance, to encourage even just educational standards, because there's new people daily entering into the industry who want to know, hey, how do I operate a successful business? And so we've started things like our newsletter. We've started things like sending our inspectors to teach at the schools and salons. And that is something that was done years ago. And I'm just proud that we are bringing it back and we were able to do that in such a short amount of time.
Representative Riley.
But again, with respect, when you say the terminology compliance, you're implying that your small business people are trying to cheat on you or whatever, they're not going by the rules. And so therefore you're basically going in with the thought process that they're cheating on you, they're doing something wrong with the word compliance. These are people that are trying to make a living, just like you did. And so I don't think, and like you said, I'm sure that they find value in their license. They honor who they are and the job that they're doing. But when you walk in the door and with your inspectors and you're looking for compliance rather than how can I help you guys, that's a whole different attitude. And so that compliance officer should be a training officer, not a compliance officer. Just saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions at this point? Well, I have a few. If I understand correctly, you've had 2 totaled cars in the last 2 years. Is that the same person that's getting in these accidents, or is it?
No, and also I just want to mention, in case you want clarity on some of these questions today, I do have the Deputy Director, Rich Christie, who knows about the history of the agency. So if we need to incorporate him into answer something, but I do believe that one, it was not the same person, and 2, it should just be one, unless I'm mistaken. Yes, just one totaled car.
It was hard to tell. It looked like then last year and then this year and then. Also on the, I have to agree with Representative Riley about the fines.
Mhm.
I wondered if you had a fine schedule of how much you fine for.
Yes, we do have
Specific things.
Mhm.
My example is there was a screw deep inside of a pedicure chair that was fined for $500. And I felt like that was a little onerous for something that everything else was spotless. So I'd like to see or find out what your fine schedule is. You know, what's the amount that you're fining for, and is there any kind of continuity in what people are fining and the amounts?
I definitely can provide that to you. I'm not aware of, what happened prior to me or how recent that would have been. But we have just recently gone through a inspector training and covered these things. In our fine schedule, there is a lot of, if it's a first time they get a notice, and if it's this, most of the time it's not just one thing, or that's how it's supposed to be done. If it's up to 5, then it's like, okay, you're in the category where you've hit multiple dings and now you're going to be reviewed for a potential fine. So I will provide that information to you all if you'd like it with a narrative. And also if there's a particular question about something recent that you're aware of, then I would love to provide that context.
All right. Jacob, did you? Oh, I'm going too far away. Okay, well, I'll just yell into it because I have a very loud voice. That's one of the reasons I don't like to sit too close to the microphone. Tell me a little bit about big picture. And it's a deep concern to me that the AG's office last year, as well as big picture, weren't paid. And maybe you could address that as well.
So I guess we'll start with the AG's office first. From my understanding, I don't know how that slipped through the cracks. I hate saying over and over again, I was not here, but in reviewing the budget, it looks like it was not even budgeted for. And so I guess when the contract went through, it was never submitted to get paid. So when I came into the office, we needed to pay this fiscal year's as well as last year's. So that I feel like we've made in our steadily making provisions and on track and have paid them back. So as well as, some other things with D of A that needed to be paid back as well. So If you have specific questions pertaining, I wasn't quite sure how that happened. It should have never happened, but it was high priority to get it taken care of, and it has been taken care of. For Big Picture, so Big Picture is our licensing portal that we use for our database and also our compliance department. And Big Picture, we're on a 2-year contract with 3 1-year like renewals. And this year, when that hosting fee came, it looked like it was not paid for last year. And so once again, they got overlapped twice. In addition to it, those 2 hosting fees coming into this fiscal year, there was also maintenance fees that were not being monitored. I believe that the agency, when that contract was written, they had the option of opting into a maintenance contract or doing $165 an hour based on maintenance as it came up. And so since just being transparent, since the agency said that they weren't going to do the contract, I observed that hours were being charged anytime someone sent an email, someone called, someone questioned something, their system was down and that was not being monitored. And so fees were being built up. And so based on me, coming into the office and observing that and contacting the company and asking where these things were done and identifying what was their problem and what was actually things that we needed to get taken care of, this is the hours we're going to be using monthly moving forward. We also have 3 to 4 hours, something along those lines, for us to use for free, that are allotted in the contract. So someone needs to be monitoring this and not just leaving that and that company to the ability just to say, well, you didn't sign a contract with us. So what I observed is that it was not monitored, therefore maintenance fees were accumulating, and anytime new staff came in, instead of staff members kind of someone being there to train them how to use it, they were like calling, let me call the company and have them explain this to me. Well, we need to be trained as a staff and keep that training internal. So that's been priority, and I feel like if you look at our monthly now, it's significantly lower. And that's my response to that. That's the best response is it doesn't look like what it looked like last year, and also last year should not have happened. But it did take some kind of sifting through to understand what was the company trying to charge us just because we weren't in a contract and what was actually being done because they needed assistance from the company. Yeah, so the major, I guess, expenditures that did increase the professional fees is attorney's fees is under that category. And so that was the increase of paying for last fiscal year and fiscal year 2026. We also had OITS. There was a significant of subscriptions or programs that as there was a frequent staff turnover, that their programs were not being turned off. And so we have gone through and communicated and talked with OITS to get that straightened out. There was people from 4 or 5 years ago that needed to be removed. And we've worked closely with them to get that straightened out and make sure that those individuals are not, and also that they have worked with us and in some cases credited us for the moving forward. So when we were relocating, we did need to get Cox installed in our new facility, and so that was a cost that we did need to inherit. But I do believe in looking at our budget that we're still within, but we did need to adjust that to contractual services because of what was, you know, what was taking place and what we needed to both get paid off and also understand our new reoccurring expenses. I think, or I know, it will be a lot less, but for the next probably 2 fiscal years, because we do need to readjust, we are making those adjustments to accommodate that. But in the long run, it will be significantly a lot less.
Thank you for being so straightforward. I apologize. But I do have a concern about not answering our fiscal analysts, not getting back with me. We met last year. I asked for specific information. I still don't have it. I know that you weren't here when all that money was spent, but I wanted to know where that money went. It's not my money, but it is taxpayer money. It's the Kansans that are putting that money in, and for the agency, the agency head was not doing his job. And I'm not blaming you for something that someone else did, but I would like to get an accounting of that as well, because I think it's important for Kansans who have paid that money. What do you say?
One, I do appreciate that the first, maybe within the first couple of days to a week, you did come in and you talked to me and you greeted me and congratulated me. So I did appreciate that. Coming in and hearing, oh my goodness, the legislators, it's the scariest part of, and seeing you come into the office, I was like, well, obviously it can't be that scary. You know, she came in to say hi. So I appreciate that. In response to communication, I want to make sure that I'm clear in my response. In obviously understanding the entirety of what's been going on has not been the most straightforward. So part of the delay has been making sure that we can break this down and also communicating with other agencies and trying to pull different reports. As far as response to our analysts, I feel like we have been very, you know, close in communication and giving them clarity. I think that different agencies that have contacted us, they have not quite understood our agency records or reports, and they've been seeking for us to explain them. And I feel like I've provided them with that context. I do apologize to you directly in our last, you know, exchange of communication, because the first kind of question that you asked me about 2025, we did a breakdown of that. And then your second follow-up question was about where the 1.3 million disappeared. And that was leading into holiday season, and I think we were playing phone tag for quite some time. But I did have a follow-up question, and also to bring hopefully some clarity to your question is, multiple times I've heard, you know, not only just from you, but where did this 1.3 million disappear from our ending balance? And from my understanding and in talking to our budget analyst and people at D of A, that is not what our reports are showing, is 1.3. And so my question kind of that I was hoping to, you know, kind of start that dialogue up again was what numbers were you seeing? Because I've pulled as many numbers and talked to as many people as possible. And what I'm looking at as the ending balance is not calculating to 1.3. And so when I responded to your question, I know that 1.3 has kind of been our budget for multiple fiscal years. And so my response was breaking down those fiscal years, but I think that there's still a miscommunication on our misunderstanding on my end of what the question was referring to for 1.3.
It was given to me by, listed as unencumbered funds about 4 years ago. And I asked the previous director what that meant where that went, what's going on. So that's where I'm getting that
And-
figure.
And I
And
watched.
his response was, well, we just paid bills.
I watched the, the previous sessions and looked at kind of some of his responses, and from looking at the numbers that I'm seeing even from previous years, as I mentioned to you, I had to go back, under different prior to him to figure out, hey, what's the storyline? And that's not what I'm seeing either. So I think my question to him, obviously we can't ask him, but where did you get that information from? Because that's not what is in the account. That was not, I mean, I have the ending balances for the past few years if you would like them. And that is information that I can clearly provide to you as a breakdown of that. But
I think I have some of those already.
okay, and if I need clarity, then like I said, I like numbers, tell me the truth, I'll figure it out and I'll give it back to you.
Did any other question come up from this organization here, this committee? Representative Turk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, everybody on this committee's been here for a hot minute, maybe one that hasn't. We've watched this particular budget as a thorn in our side for years. And you've done very well on the hot seat today. And I'm just so happy it wasn't me that had to do it, because this is my favorite type of conversation. But you did very well, and I will speak for at least two of us, hopefully the entire committee. It is very refreshing to see somebody of your level of discernment in the position you're in. You might sound a bit harsh, but we are rooting for you, I promise.
We are.
We very much want this budget to be what it should be, which is an easy budget to go through. And you've done a lot of work in a short amount of time. I commend you. I think those several questions have been posed to you that we will still be watching very, very acutely. So your work isn't over yet. Don't relax.
Oh.
Okay. But
we're not giving you a pass.
Yeah,
I'm trying to tell you.
But you're doing great. Stay
Doing
on it.
better than we've gotten in a long time.
Yes, yes. So I know it sounds like none of this is personal. I'm speaking for everybody, so none of this is personal. I promise you. So just keep going, stay on it, and stay in communication. Obviously, you and the chair are talking about something that I don't think I even had my eye on. So whatever you determine between the two of you, I'd love to hear it. So whatever comes of that.
Well, I have had the pleasure of dealing with the Board of Cosmetology since I started in the legislature through joint rules and regulations. And her predecessors trying to take on more responsibility than what they were supposed to have. So there's been a thorn in my side for 8 years. So sorry that you have to deal with that while I get this done. The only other thing is that if you could give me an idea, and I know it's not your responsibility to do this, but I'd like to know, you have a lot of staff. What are their responsibilities? How many of them are inspectors? How many of them are just licensing people? I would really like to see that as well. And going back to, it's been busy for you. I understand that. But I think as a favor, I would say to you, you should, when you can't answer something right away, you should send off an email and say, I got this, I'll get it to you. I'll try to get it to you as quickly as I can, because the more you talk to people, the less they suspect you're doing something that you shouldn't. And they also don't get so worked up when they don't get the information. They think, okay, well, she knows she's got, 15 other things to do. So I would just over communicate is my suggestion, because over communicating, simple over communication, not major over communication, but that helps with a lot of problems that can pop up. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do you have any questions of us otherwise?
I appreciate everyone I've gotten to speak with, outside of session, and I appreciate today's session as well. And I sense the support. I sense it. So I feel like I can speak for the agency in saying that moving forward, I look forward to us all having more clarity. And if clarity is internal and if it's agency to agency, then that's how the public will feel about us too. So I think there's work to be done on the inside in order for us to really affect how we communicate and interact with the public. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that transformation. Yeah.
And the only other thing I would ask is that I think your clientele would like to see what that fine schedule kind of looks like,
Mhm.
so that they're aware of what they're dealing with when people come in and say, okay, well, no one's found this problem with me before. Don't I just get a warning letter? Or so that they can also follow what's going on and understand, oh, I'm going to get, if this happens again, I'm going to get a fine.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
So is there anything else that we need from the Director of Cosmetology? Thank you so much for being
Thank
here.
you. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. And we'll see you again soon.
Yes, I'll see you.
All right. I think we've already got a lot of questions that we've already given to staff so that we don't have to go back over that. Is there anything that anyone wants to add before we close up shop today? Well, I want to thank the committee for moving quickly, but being very methodical. I think we did a great job today. We have tomorrow morning. The room is saved until noon, but I don't think, I'm hoping that we'll be done at least by 11. Okay. Because I have an appointment with the revisor's office at 11. I'd like to be done by 11, but if we can't, we can't. So, but I think we should be able to. Do you have anything else, any other good that comes to the committee? You don't have to come up with anything. I'm not telling you you have to say something. I'm just saying, do you have anything else you'd like to add? All right. Well then, thank you, committee. We'll see you tomorrow. This meeting is adjourned.